Everyone, and happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways right now. We are doing a free reading that will be going to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that. We'll also be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. But first and foremost, how are you guys doing today? How are you doing in this energy? So let's talk a bit about what we've been experiencing in the cards over the last few days. If you are feeling a lot of heavy weight in terms of your perception of yourself, if you are feeling heavily perceived by others, if you find yourself to be over worrying about the perceptions of others right now, hello, welcome to the Venus retrograde. Would you like a seat? The thing we keep talking about is that these Venus retrograde cycles are, in general, they're usually not easy, but they're more subtle, right? They feel more subtle, because, and the way we have to describe this is the fact that the Venus and retrograde cycles distort our perception of things, right? But the reason that this particular Venus in retrograde cycle may be feeling like it's packing more of a wallop has to do with the fact that as we continue through this Venus retrograde cycle, which makes everything look worse than it is, right? Especially from an aesthetics perspective, we're also moving closer and closer to a full moon in Virgo. Now, Virgo energy is absolutely beautiful. It is all about recognizing logic and the sacred, working into that space of defining the self, right? However, often a lot of the lessons that we have to experience when we're navigating through Virgo cycles has to do with the recognition point that while perfection is an ideal, perfection can act as its own form of block, right? So I want you to just imagine for a moment that we've got these 2 different forces at play, okay? I want you to think about the fact that we've got, on one hand, we've got that feeling of the Venus in retrograde that says everything looks worse than it is. Everything looks worse than it is. Everything looks worse than it is. And then we've got the Virgo full moon that's saying it has to be perfect. It has to be perfect. It has to be perfect. So I feel like it's like, it really is. I keep on describing it right now as like chiaroscuro energy, which in Italian art is the depiction of sharp contrasts, like, right, dark and light. Like got those 2 different forces. It's like the low key versus the high key. It's like boom, boom. So if you're feeling this right now, and then just to add like a little bit of punch to it, we're going through a Mercury retrograde, so things start to break down, right? things start to get clumsy, and we've got so many planets moving into Aries right now. Everybody was in Pisces, and now they're all jammed up in Aries house. So also there's that feeling, and the one thing that Aries energy does not have is patience, right? So it feels, I need to describe this. the energetic spiritual pressure right now is intense. Okay, if you are feeling it, you are not the intensity. You are experiencing it. You are having the experience of the intensity. So I want you, and that's why I was telling you guys that when we were going through that sweet, blissful moment, that we had all of the planets in going direct, to make sure that you are focusing on building in that practice of being able to anchor oneself, right? Meditation is whatever anchors you towards, like, helps you center yourself. You know, if you're not the type of person that likes to sit down for 15 minutes in a dark room, if that doesn't do it for you, whatever else it is, go for a run. You know, we got a lot of this, all this area, like Aries love running. Go for a run, go for a walk, right? Get in a good headspace, okay? It's gonna help. I also want to describe, this is just like a note, we had so much energy in Pisces over the last few months, and now, which is very damp. We had like all these planets resting in Pisces. It was a very soggy energy to a certain extent. And now we've got all the planets moving into Aries. And Aries, I got to tell you, Aries is incredibly dry energy, right? So if you're feeling like that, like you might, like, go buy a humidifier. Right? I know I keep on telling people right now, it's not go drink your water. I'm like, go get a humidifier, right? Because like it's a lot of, it's like it's working through a lot of this dryness. Now, this is having a different impact depending upon where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. And the one advantage I will say, I mean, so I want to put a lot of focus right now towards the energy and separation, because there's a lot of energy that is shifting right now. And all, like almost all the shift that I'm seeing is happening in the space of the energy and separation. So, and also for the energy right now coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing karmic dreams. We're going to talk about that too. For masculine and feminine energy in separation right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. There's a lot of, there may be some moments, and this could be happening for everyone across all the frequencies, where it feels like you're like talking to someone and suddenly having that moment and like saying, are we having the same conversation? Right? Like those moments where you're having a conversation with someone and it's like, it feels like, and I'll tell you right now, it's either those moments that you feel like you are like in lockstep, or those moments that it feels like you're like someone cannot understand what you're saying. And I'm saying, see, the reason that that is happening is, as we mentioned, with a lot of the energy of Pisces moving into Aries, what one is trying to focus on in conversation, the priority, especially if you're not in alignment, may feel very different. I keep on hearing, we are not in alignment. You didn't understand the assignment, is what I'm really keep on hearing. Why are we seeing this? Because I keep on seeing, I got to tell you right now, Aries is about momentum. Aries is about progress, right? And we've talked a lot about the fact that patience, right? Patience is infinite so long as patience is met with progress, right? This is why we describe, and we're talking a lot about the sacred breath of holy union or divine union. Is not the space that you don't feel like you don't have to have patience and things, but it are the partnerships where your patience feels like it's paid off via the progress that you see in another, right? It's a lot of that breath, that the shared breath of partnership. So if these are moments I'm seeing for energy and separation, that they moved away from something, right? Not trying to bring forth a change in another, but holding the hope that someone might be able to energetically transform, right? Might be able to come into that space of understanding and recognizing why that work is important. I can see three different modalities. And this often, whenever I start seeing three different modalities in separation, it's almost always because there's a shift occurring, right? I see right now one of those modalities potentially feeling, and they're all around lessons on silence because Virgo energy works through sacred silence. So a lot of those spaces of potentially understanding, having a conversation with someone, right? Someone saying that they want to speak to you, right? In that moment, and you're holding the hope that they're going to tell you that they want the same things as you, right? But instead, they just tell you that they have a lot of feelings for you. This is why I see some of these confusions may be feeling like the conversations may be feeling like they're just trying to open a wound, right? Because, and this is why I keep on hearing it, like this is the lesson that's coming through between Pisces and Aries, right? Having a lot of something is a surplus. It's not progress. Feeling a lot of something is not progress. It's a surplus. It's having a lot of it, right? So I keep on seeing like a lot of this energy working through. I keep on seeing like that moment of stunned silence when you like like you're saying, you're having a conversation with someone and they say like, I want to tell you something. You say what? And you're hoping they're going to say like, I understand what that work is, and instead they just say, I have a lot of feelings, right? Like the ability to talk about the feelings, right? Understanding, right? That talking about feelings is not all the work. That when we're in a space and we're talking about our feelings, it's not just that we talk about our feelings. We also bring our own prescription for the feelings, right? We talk about what the desire is, understanding that the feelings ask for things. So this is why I kind of see that there's some moments right now that if someone is trying to come to repair something, but instead of bringing the thing that is needed to repair it, they're just bringing a lot of the thing that isn't, right? I keep on hearing the energy say feelings were never the problem. The admission of feelings was never the problem. I didn't need you to admit how you feel. I could tell how you felt, right? It's about understanding like what progress is. And that's why I keep on hearing some of that energy being brought into silence, because this is the energy that feels the patience that's reached a point of exhaustion. While I see new energetic connections that are forming right now that are also really important about silence. But a lot of that work is that moment that you're talking to someone, and before you can even get it out of your mouth, another person just jumps ahead of you. They're almost able to just finish your sentence, right? Those moments that you look at and another person says, "You don't need to explain it to me. You don't need to bring me up to speed. I've experienced it. I know it all too well," right? That silence that feels like the relieved exhale in coming into alignment with someone that gets it. Now, I see in separation, I got to tell you right now, I'm seeing both of these modalities in separation, but then I'm seeing a third modality, which is both of those things happening at once. So it's like if you feel right now like you're in separation, you're being pulled like taffy, welcome to the vibe. Now, for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union. And this is really important right now. This is really important to note, because this has to do with a little bit of energetic parading that I'm seeing that's happening right now for energy that isn't necessarily in a point of healing, um, in relationality to what it actually looks like to work through a space of healing. I keep on hearing that there's a lot of work in silence that's happening right now for energy that is coming into divine union in relationality in regard to working through heart chakra, sacred heart exercises, opening up things, being able to understand something. And we are talking a lot here about the fact that what's difficult about being on a healing journey, it's not that things get easier. It's not that you get perfect. Sometimes things feel worse, right? The ability to observe the self, the ability to, when you open your eyes not only to the clarity of what came before, but what it is that you're perpetually working on, right? Like bless these eyes because they can see harsh reality, right? And a lot of that space of being able to recognize and identify something, I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, finding the wound behind the wound, right? Seeing something, discovering something that you need to heal that you did not even know you had to heal. This that's potentially working in the space of looking at the past, finding an apology that they desire or that they need, they realize that they should have received or not need, or an apology that they wish they could give. But are these energies rushing around trying to give them or receive them? No, because this is the energy that is in the relationship, the sacred ship, the union, understanding the true apology. And this was one of the messages that came through as the planets were in alignment. A true apology is a plan, right? And an apology isn't just something that we say to make something better. It is the articulation of what we change in order to try to facilitate that. So I keep on saying that for a lot of that energy, this is the energy that is utilized to discernment as it relates to the apologies that they hold within, because this is the energy that says they want to give someone an apology. They don't want to accidentally hurt them with the apology, right? Because in those moments that it might feel good to get us off our chest, sometimes we open a wound in the process. So that's why I see that a lot of that energy is feeling the pain of putting those apologies on the altar of the self. Right? Saying if the divine day comes, that I can extend that apology or receive or ask for it, it will be sublime, but it's not necessary to the healing. Right? A lot of work is happening right now in the space of Chiron. I'm not surprised to see that because Mercury and Venus are also on top of each other, and Chiron's in Aries right now. A lot of the energy with the divine union right now, there's a lot of it's still getting the message that a lot of the work is happening. The energy of divine union is also working in the space of sacredness, but it's working through the vertical essence of the sacredness of time. I'm still trying to investigate why this is occurring right now, but there's a lot of 7-9 messages or lessons that are coming through right now from the energy within divine union, and a lot of them are related or built on the aspect or the perception related to the fact that time is precious, right? Time is precious, and we recognize and we appreciate, and this is the energy that says, never will I feel more esteem and value when another person recognizes how precious the time is, right? And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of work that's happening right now for energy and divine union, trying to find efficiencies, trying to find, again, like similar, trying to find overlaps, things, doing more things at once, like trying to find ways of kind of coming to practices or streamlining things in a way that makes it easier. That is where we find all the energy right now. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find it also on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it if you prefer as a podcast over on Church or over on my Substack. That said, we're going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next 2 minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more from my subscribers. Please my live. Please keep in mind there are 2 things that you don't read across these apps. Privacy and ethical. Give insight on anything or private reading on my site. Let me know how you guys are doing right now in this energy. Make sure you're not getting triggered. Okay? Okay? Nobody likes triggered today. Okay? Nobody likes triggered. Grand Rising people, I'm having an absolutely beautiful day. Good to see you guys. Hi there. Welcome, Eric. Hello there, Lilac. Hi, Kay Megan. Guys, please welcome Kay Megan, our moderator, in for the day. Thank you so much for being here, dear. Thank you for all your help. Thank you for those likes. And Aurora, thank you for joining us. How are you doing? Doing well, as long as I'm distracted. Otherwise, very irritable. And I gotta tell you, it's because all planets are up in Aries, right? It's overcrowded energy in Aries. It's like it's just too much at once. It's too much. It's too many slices kind of energy, you know. But I like the fact that you're distracting yourself. Take lots of breaks right now. Make sure that you're staying hydrated. I'm telling you guys, this energy is like very dry. All right. Thank you, Goddess, for those beautiful gifts. Hi there, Per. Haley, Grand Rising, and happy Tuesday to you as well. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day as well, Elisa. So good to see you. User 420, I was having a lot of karmic dreams, and they just completely stopped a few days ago. And here's the thing about it too. Like they may come in waves right now, 420, but again, the one thing I keep on seeing is it feels to me like a lot of the karmic dreams, they're trying, like they're coming from a space, and I'm going to tell you even now, like it's either coming through, a lot of it is coming through for the sake of healing. And I also, and one of the things that's very interesting about it is, and we talk about this because the fact is that we recognize that there's some energy that says, I wish I could have that conversation with them without potentially hurting them. Boom, right? The guides are like, well, that's where the dream space is for. You know what I mean? Like, because if it creates too much pain, the guides can just be like, okay, they're not bringing that back with them. You know? Hi there, Shaya. Good to see you, dear. How do you know? Oh, okay. How do you know what self work can only be done if you are single and separated? It's a good question, and here, to be perfectly honest, Kay, um, I'm not of the opinion that it's not a one and or done approach there. You know, it really isn't. I feel that with the right counterpart, all work can be shared, right? But I will say I think that the most valuable work to do in separation has to do with building into the context of healing trauma that makes one feel that one is powerless, right? Because when we experience the world and we feel like it's constantly happening to us, instead of us being a part of it, it becomes very easy to feel like the counterpart is the source of our suffering, right? Or to or to misunderstand what we are receiving with clarity. So I feel like the best work to do in separation is to effectively, and again, it's very interesting because I'm finding one's own anchor, right? Recognizing and understanding the self enough that you can understand those spaces that are truly the parts that you need to work upon versus things that you think that another, like things that are not your responsibility, right? And that gift of the perception of self is what we bring towards partnership. And often, if we do that work outside of partnership, it it makes it easier once we enter, if that makes sense. Thank you for that beautiful question, Kay, and I hope you're having a beautiful day. Hi there, Miss Melissa. That's me. Patience has reached the point of exhaustion. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And thank you for those gifts. Hi there, Goddess. Oh, you do. Thank you. Oh, sending so much love and appreciation to you in Memphis. I hope you guys are doing well there. And right back at you. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, dear. Hi there, Addison. So good to see you. Hi there, Christina. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the first person read for. The first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading and sending you birthday blessings as well. Hi there, Team Olsana. Good to see you too. Hi, Alexandra. That was a word that popped up in my mind when you asked. Which word? Which word? Stoked to have joined Tarot Church. I know, I'm so glad I messaged you. Welcome. It's gonna be a heavy card too. You know? All right. I feel like the thing with the Justice card, we're gonna be getting into a lot of the historical context of that card. It's gonna be a fun class. All right. I woke up triggered, but decided to get chores done instead. And that's beautiful. Like that's the thing, Kay, like, right? Like, and here's the thing about it, and I'm gonna just tell you, it's not about not being triggered during eclipse cycles, right? But what do we do when we're feeling triggered? right? What do we do? Like I like to point this out. Like it's great. It's good for brainstorming. It's not good for barnstorming. Like it's good for like building plans, but not getting harebrained ideas. Okay, like, because I keep on saying like the important thing about like remember a good idea, right? A good idea is like it's like the how do you tell the difference between a good egg and a bad egg? Okay, you sit on it. Okay, you sit on it. You give it a minute. You let it germinate. Okay, you let it germinate. And I gotta tell you, this energy right now, it's incubation energy. Okay, it's incubation energy. It's dry and it's hot. Okay. But the thing is, it's like you want to like it gets annoying and you're like, like you want to snap like it's very important to, find that focus, find that anchor and not let yourself get hot-headed on the way. And I know and listen, I know that that sounds like an impossible task because we've got so many planets moving into Aries. Um but that's why I'm going to keep saying it. It's like it's gonna be a lot of that, like, easier said than done. You're gonna be like, but Sin, I'm gonna be like, I don't care, I know. Like, but they said, I'm like, I don't care what they said. Didn't you hear what I said? Don't listen to them, listen to me. Focus. Today marks 19 years since my mother passed. And I was 19 when she went, a lot of emotions processing. Sending you so much support on that journey, Addison. They never leave us, you know. And I gotta tell you, like often with these like eclipse cycles, we hit these moments where we kind of have these like full circle moments. So I would like, I think that, and we talk a lot about this right now, honoring how far you've come, honoring the journey, and honoring I keep on hearing like there's a lot of the space in honoring warrior lessons, right? And warrior lessons aren't easy, right? It's like it's a lot of that, like I told you, all of this Pisces moving into Aries, it's like forged in fire kind of energy. I know migraines are coming up. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this energy. If you got, I keep on telling everyone right now, if you got not like if you got issues with the head, your testa, or your spine, like these two here, because the Virgo energy right now could bother the spine, right? It can feel like it's putting bother and a lot of head pressure because we've got too much energy in Aries, and Aries is like helm. Aries is like helm energy. Yes, migraines are coming in and out for me too. Oh, you're cool as well, Barrett. Thank you. Carrie, is that why I've been drinking water like it's my job? Yeah, that's why you're drinking it's it's really and it's also because of the shift. We were way too wet. The energy was way too wet all throughout this year. All of those energy, all those planets that were hanging out in Pisces, right? And the thing is, it's not just the fact that it we went from having a Mars retrograde with all of these planets in Pisces, and now Mars is stationed to direct in Cancer, right? And now all of the planets are in Aries. So it's like Mars woke up and Mars is like what am I doing? Why am I sitting in a puddle? You know what I mean? Like it's like and now it's like and now it's too dry right now it's like it's the shift from like so if you've got issues especially like I'm getting like sinus pressure things like this right now things with your head they're gonna it's gonna feel like a lot of pressure. Kay, thank you so much for the wisdom. I've been waiting to catch a live. Oh, you're so welcome, Kay. I hope that helped. Oh, thank you. I've got you, Mark. Thank you for getting on the list. Oh, Tashina, you sent. Okay, thank you. I will confirm that. We've got two piece of people on the list for today. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 22 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 20. Wait, back that up. 4 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 3 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Pinks in my Lio. Oh, the word triggered. Yeah, it's kindling. Here's the thing about this energy right now, Alexandra. It's just like it feels like Aries is trigger energy. You know what I mean? It's a lot of that, like it's first gear. It's a lot of that momentum. So it's like a lot of potentially feeling triggered right now. You know, it's a lot of that like advice. Hi there, Luso. Best way to become a tarot reader. Oh, okay, great. Oh, wonderful. Well, again, congratulations on heading on that journey. I mean, again, you're asking me, so there's going to be a bit of a biased opinion, but I'm going to put that out there. The first thing I would say to you, as someone who is trying to read for themselves, uh, remember, I'm actually someone that is very supportive of um, pulling full spreads, right? I feel that working in the space of building off of a full spread, like I'm kind of the type of teacher that likes to just kind of throw you straight in the deep end. And then I'll tell you, like, I'll pull you up if it feels like you're floundering. Like, I'm watching. But I feel like kind of, and this is why this is why I like to teach upon the traditional methods. And I also like I like to work with a lot more of the traditional decks. I know that there's a lot of different, like, fun decks out there, but I would strongly encourage you to build upon some of the original systems, because the original systems are pretty much the source through which all the variations are built. And that way, and the one thing I really appreciate about the Smith Waite system, which is the one that I work on and I teach from, is that I feel that Pamela Coleman Smith and A.E. Waite put a lot of attention in understanding and trying to create a symbolic language that intuitively helps us translate the cards. So, building into that instinct of both, like, not just feeling the need to kind of have to study everything again, not feeling like the need to say, like, oh, once I learn everything I'll start reading, because I've been doing this for 30 plus years, I'm still learning. But building upon the foundation of where you are, starting to build the spreads, write down what you feel like you see. And my challenge for you would be, do not go look at a book until you're done, right? Because what you need to start to learn is the intuition of building within the confidence in the self to read the cards. You can check it later, right? So that those would be the best pieces of advice. Now, if you're looking for spaces to help you understand the meaning of the cards, that's one of the reasons that I put together the Tarot Church class program, which, again, as a subscriber, you'll have over 9 hours worth of material. So that's about 9 classes that you have that once you subscribe. And then we meet monthly with a new class each month. So I feel like those classes effectively focus on helping to build an understanding of each unique card specifically. And that's why I say that it's helpful to both the seasoned reader as well as the new reader, because there's always something that can be learned in terms of studying of the cards. Um, as it relates, if you feel like you're in that space that you do better with someone that is there to kind of help you get guidance, then I would often encourage, like, finding a mentor to help you learn the tarot can always be very beneficial, because, again, as someone who has both taught a lot of individuals how to read and also someone who had to learn, I mean, I had the advantage of having, like, someone, like, again, I had the advantage of having, like, a parent that was able to help me with it. But again, recognizing that that isn't like the gift that a lot of us share. But that ability to effectively, be able to have a spread come toward, like, and often for those who I'm mentoring through tarot, you know, I basically I help to support any of those knots that you may experience as it relates to something that you're seeing in a spread that you're having a hard time interpreting or having a hard time connecting the dots on. So, also, I'll point out that in my spread, in my reading, in our classes, I also offer a unique spread in each class that is focused upon each individual card as well. So thank you for those questions, and I hope that helps. Oh, you okay, Addison? Thank you. Thank you for confirming, dear. Okay, got you. All right, I got you, dear. I've got you. All right. Hold on a minute. Just catching back up on the messages. Yeah, so dry all the time, dry throat. Yeah, it's just it's because of all the planets in Aries right now. You know what I mean? It's like it feels like a shock to the system because we were so wet and now it's so dry. Yep, that's why you've been so thirsty right now, Lynn. I say Aries is some dry desert stuff, man. Aries is like, I awoke in the desert, you know? All right. I've been feeling a lot of stiffness in my neck area and I've been having migraines. Again, start hydrate. Hydrate right now, T-bras. The hydration will help with the stiffness. Okay? I'm getting sort of triggery, but I'm trying to stop. Oh, well, that's, I mean, good for you. First and foremost, good for you. And I think in a way, like this might be good. This is actually probably a really good energy to do that in, right? Because it's gonna tell. I'm gonna tell you with a lot of this dryness, it's like I don't have a taste for it anymore. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing with the Aries energy. All right. Thank you. Yep. What's the topic today, Matilda? Well, I mean, the topic today, we haven't started doing the daily collective, but I think that a lot of this work that we're seeing right now, I mean, at least what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days is, it's a lot of messages that have been coming through about the fact that emotions, like it's been chariot energy. And what do we mean by chariot energy? It's that emotions should serve logic, right? That when emotions, like I keep on hearing, when emotions are like when emotions and logic come together, like it feels like those emotions like propel us forward. But when emotions and logic are not in sync, it sometimes feels like we're being pulled in opposite directions, right? So there's a lot of that, like there's a lot of that work in terms of like understanding like what feels like it is progressive versus what just feels like it's overly complicated. Yes, I'm so dry all the time, dry throat. Yeah, it's too many, it's too much planet, it's too many planets in Aries right now. You're so welcome again, Kay. All right. Trying to be patient. Oop, hold on, I lost my spot. I just found my spot, and that's what I mean. We got the Mercury retrograde on top of everything. All right, where are we? Hold on a minute. I'm trying to be patient to find the guy that the person I deserve. Lord, it could get easier than this, surely. I mean, listen, the patience, the one thing about this right now is don't lose patience in things. And I keep on hearing, don't settle, right? Like, and there's a lot of that work because I keep on seeing like they keep on saying the difference between something that feels comfortable versus something moving in the direction that you want it to right now has never been stronger. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing that's so difficult about some of this energy. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you as today. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day, Shaya. What's my experience with Moldavite? Considering getting some, but I don't know if I'm ready. I mean, if you see my videos, it's a wacky, wacky stone. You know, like there's like it's it's like it's got a mind of its own. You know what I mean? Like it's not for everybody. If you're not the type of person that like is okay with like sudden shocks or curveballs, right? If weird things freak you out, like maybe steer like maybe steer clear of it. You know what I mean? Because it's it's very much like it just it's very fast moving, right? I like to say that I think the best way to navigate Moldavite is making sure that you are like energetically in check with yourself. You know what I mean? And I gotta tell you, like, and I really like the thing with Moldavite, I always think it's funny is like, I've never seen a stone that will jump off of someone with more dexterity Like, that's why we talk about people, like, individuals say, like, "I lost my moldavite," because I've never worked with a stone that, like, has a mind of its own so much. Like, moldavite decides, like, it's like, I've had experiences with mine that I'm just like, "What the" like, I've had to, like, yell at it, like, we've had arguments, like, I've lost it, I found it. It's like, it very much is a stone that, it's an amplifier, but it's chaotic. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. It's like, if you're someone who, like, likes more of, like, that gentle, like, compassionate energy, if you're looking for something that is gonna be more gentle, that's not the one for you. That is not the one for you. It also does not play well with other stones. I've had my Voldavite literally knock other stones off of my finger because it didn't like being in proximity to the stone. I've never seen anything like it. I woke up with a headache and emotionally triggered. I was confused until now. I'm so glad that these messages helped you today, Mind. And again, make sure you're hydrating, right? Make sure you're hydrating and not getting triggered right now. Drink your water or get a humidifier. Are you telling everybody? Yeah, I know. It's Aries is all head energy. And I'm going to tell you, it might intensify because we've got more Pisces energy moving into Aries. And so it can feel like, I keep on describing this. This feels like Athena energy because it's like, Jupiter and Gemini, right? So it's already pulsing, and then we've got all these planets moving into Aries. So it's almost like the story of Zeus creating Athena, which is like, I can't handle the pressure, and boop, like Athena pops out, and he's like, oh, that feels so much better. Like, it's a lot like that. Yep. All right. I've been having migraines too. Yep. I've been struggling today. Um, oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. I know days like this are not easy, but I like to say, like, I like to think about the fact that being able to hold space and honoring the memory of another is like the highest honor that we can give those across the other side. They always recognize it, you know. Thank you, Addison, for confirming. I've got you on the list here. So sorry. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. I always appreciate that. Addison, if I was hungry, can I inbox you? Oh yeah, if you feel if you I mean, or if you were asking if you were asking specifically as to like are you sending one of the question in one of the cards for in the email, if it's a long question, I don't mind that at all. I'm happy to refer to the email to respond if that's easier. And I hope you have a beautiful stay queen. I've heard malachite and Libya. Malachite, do you mean moldavite instead of malachite? Because malachite, oh, malachite and Libyan glass might be more easy. I don't know I don't have any experience with Libyan desert glass, so I cannot speak about that. Malachite is, it is a, how can I describe it? Malachite is similar. It is a bit more of a subtle down. It's a little bit, it is kind of more like a subtler version of what you can expect. What's interesting about malachite is I feel like malachite is really great for ancestral work. Moldavite is not. Like Moldavite, like it's interesting because I feel like Malachi's like backwards. Moldavite's like forwards. Malachi's like, yes, I've been keeping this library for thousands of years. Moldavite's like, what's over there? Yep. Hold on a minute. I would be curious if those have experiences with Libyan glass, though, because it is something that I've been interested in looking into. I've heard it'll rip the things out of your life that aren't meant for you, but it's rough. It will. It's almost angelic in that way. Like it's like but that's what you said. Be like, I didn't mean, like, you know what I mean? Like it's very like, it's very much like that's why I see like that, and that's the thing about it. And I actually talk about this a lot. Like you have to be very confident in understanding why you want the things that you want. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that. It'll help you see yourself because it works in the context of like and I want to say like the one thing about, I'll put it this way, it's very much like it almost feels very much like like you have to have confidence in yourself because like if there's like those moments that you're like, I said this but I meant that, it's not going to be as good for you, right? If you know that you're someone who kind of works in that space, like like I said this but what I really meant was that, like that space between, like that can sometimes be moved away. Like it's a lot of that type of work, if that makes sense. My Moldavite necklace has been missing for over a year. It literally it has that tendency. I've this like I can't even tell you. It hops around, and then it'll just come back. You know what I mean? Like it's very it's very much like it's very I like to describe it. It's very foolish in that way, but not foolish in a silly way. Foolish in the sense that like it's like it's almost like it's like cat energy. You know what I mean? It's like you can't, like it's like a cat. You do not get to put a cat on your lap. The cat sits on your, like the cat chooses you. Like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, it's like that. And then it'll be like, you know what I mean? You're like, I don't know where it is. You know, like it's like it's cat energy. That's the best way I can describe it. Yeah, I've already received multiple signs from her today. That's beautiful, Bridget. I love that. I'm so happy to hear that. Um, can you do readings to locate lost items? Or maybe the thing is, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm already going to stop you. If you're asking me to tell you where the mold is, it might not even be this dimension. So I'm happy to do a reading to tell you why, what it's doing. I'll tell you what it's doing, what it's up to, because like I'm telling it's like it's not so much, it's got a mind of its own, so if that helps. But like that's the thing, like because I'll tell you right now, Moldavite's never, like Moldavite said, like when I like Moldavite's like, I'm never lost. Like um like that's the thing. I always think it's funny when I read for crystals because crystals are always like, I wasn't lost. Like the crystals, like they've got like their own consciousness sometimes, you know. I was gonna say this Moldavite personality is reminding me of Strega. Yeah, it's cat energy, you know. Um, the Moldavite is long gone now, but it's in the, I mean, like literally, like I've had wacky moments where I'm like, I can't believe it's lost. I can't believe it came back. You know what I mean? I lost it in a ball pit, and then it came back. Talk about the definition of a needle in a haystack. Yeah, it was amazing because I didn't even feel it. I was sitting there, I was playing with my son, and I went to go reach out for him, and there was these moments with the stone. It felt like the ring got like 3 times bigger on my finger and just flew off. And I was like, I sat there, and I sat there with it, and I basically said, I was like, I sat there, I looked around, and I literally started walking around on bare feet, and I looked at my son and I said, "You have until he's done eating that ice cream. If not, you live here. You live here. I will take that. It's okay. You want to stay here? It's fine. I'm not doing this. I'm not. This is not going to be our day." And I kid you not. I kid you not. The last scoop of ice cream that I watched my son put in his mouth, my foot lands right underneath my foot. There's the ring. It was unbelievable. I was like, thank you. So there's a good story as to like what it's like to have to work with multiplied. Yeah, like okay, you want to stay here, it's fine. I wish you well. Okay. So and then just wanted to play. I get it. Just wanted to play. Yeah, I mean, like you can't hold things like that. Like I always feel like this with stones, though. You can't be too precious with them because I like to think that again, and we talk a lot about this, and people get devastated over crystals breaking things like that. I'm like, there is something to be said about the work of understanding that things reach their moments, right? And so I feel like with a lot of those things, we never want to get too like tightly caught up in feeling like the ownership. Like this is what we talk about with surrender, right? It's like it's allowing for that space that we don't get like all worked up about it. We kind of honor the experience of it, you know? You live here now, exactly. I mean, no, it did. It very much felt like it just wanted to play in the ball pit. It was like, this looks fun. No, come back, Maria. You're gonna get kidnapped. Yeah. I figured when the neighbor found mine and gave it back, that's the thing, right? Like those moments. And I always point out, it's like the moment you're like, I guess it's gone. And then, oh, look, there it is. It's like, yeah, no, it was one of those situations. I was even, I was more of those, like, I'm not going to do this today. This is not going to be the rest of our day. Because the thing is, like, everyone started getting all worked up, like, oh, I'm like, no, we're not doing this. Like I'm not going to turn the day like my day into searching for something. I want to spend it enjoying time with my kid. So it was like more like okay, like I'm not gonna force you. I'm giving you this much time. Right? I have the tiniest moldavite ring and I can't wear it too often. It's a lot, right? It's like it's intense. Blessings to you as well, Glogan. Is there a crystal that is like training wheels version of Moldavite? I mean, I do feel. I apologize. I forget who stated it, but I do like the statements. I can't guarantee Libyan glass because I don't know if Libyan glass is I don't have experience with it, but I think labradorite might be good in that context, or malachite was a really good suggestion, right? Because it's intense. It's intense energy, you know. Um, Maybe bloodstone too, you know. All right, labradorite's definitely grounding and love. It's my favorite stone. It's like I mean like it's like I keep it close. It finds me. The thing with Labradorite, I'm always like, no more Labradorite. And again, it's like cat energy. I'm like, it finds me. I'm like, oh no. I'm like, I said no more. And it's like, me. Like, it's like, it like bats his eyes. It's like, but, you know, it's like the cat distribution system. It's like something went through in the Labradorite distribution system. And it's like, yeah, her. How are you doing, Opal? As I mentioned, friends, it's like a lost cat, exactly. Um, yep, hold on a minute. I love spirituality. It's so if you're I always like to point out, I feel like spirituality is silly if you're doing it well, right? Like it's when you get it's like when others when you get too serious about stuff, you know what I mean? Like it should create joy, right? And so I think that it's important that we embrace the silliness of it sometimes, right? I mean, it should be humorous. Um, yeah, lost cat, exactly. No, we haven't started the daily collective. We're about to, dear. Hold on a moment. Yes, I had a Labradorite era, and it was the time I needed support. I have a fondness for it. Here's the thing, Labradorite is a guide stone. So it's very good in helping us connect to our guides, right? It helps us, and I like it because I feel like it grounds us it doesn't help us like find our guides. I feel like it grounds us in ourselves so that we're ready to find them, you know? N- There's no fun in stoicism. And here's the thing too. I think they love. I think stoicism is often like misunderstood, right? Because I feel like there's this false premise with stoicism in relationality to the feeling that in order to be stoic, one needs to turn off the emotions. That's not stoicism. Go read any Greek tragedy, right? It's not stoicism is not feeling emotions. Stoicism is the strength to embrace everything that one feels, right? But then nonetheless understand what one has to do, right? That's strength, right? It's not becoming it's not becoming granite. It's about feeling everything, but then moving with the force of granite, you know? Thank you, they love. All right. What is a sunset lab? Oh, you mean the sunset Labradorites? You mean the ones that are more orange? I've got one here somewhere. It's absolutely gorgeous. They're hard to find. Hi, Hermit. My Alexandrite wedding ring disappeared off my hands when your marital problems began. Wow, that's that's intense. That's intense. But Alexandrite is like, man, that is an underrated good taste. That is like the stone. Like that is underrated stone, right? Underrated stone. Good taste. Oh, hold on a minute. Just reading over the comments. I would love hold on a minute. Aries stelliums. Hold on a minute. I'm an Aries sun and stellium, and I have carnelian. Carnelian and Aries together. It's like the like, those are like bosom buddies. But that's the thing. Carnelian's like that incredible heart opener, you know? I love carnelian. Oh my God, that's an insane sign. It is, right? Like, wow. Important. Portent. As I mentioned, my friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But a couple of updates before we do so. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Wheel of Fortune card. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, March 19th. It's coming up next week at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to continue our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Justice card. If you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid monthly subscriber, you're also going to have access to the Tarot Church, over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up for each class. I'm going to do my best to give you guys an update on everything that we've studied thus far, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to you will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to one-on-one, what am I saying? To a chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we've studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only do you receive a discount on the entire year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive, and you'll also have the option of having a one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your robust experience or your lack of experience prevent you from joining us. Even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings, services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason. These classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. And also for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase them per dream or as a package. If you purchase the package, please make sure to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to help understand the key messages and themes coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, things in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading. I offer love readings here, life path readings. I'll also be happy to do I love doing dream interpretation readings. I also do mediumship readings as well. Taking a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Where were we? Thank you. I need to work with it more. Too bad my taste in men isn't as good as my taste in stones. Well, you have exceptional taste in stones. I love Alexandrite. It's so beautiful. All right. So the Substack renews yearly, is that correct? Lutzo, I think that there are different options. I think that you have the ability when you go to Substack to choose if you're doing it for a period of time. So basically the way it works is you can either choose to become the monthly member, in which case that is something that just re-ups every month. Or if you choose the founding membership, you get one sum that is charged per year. And I think in both cases it renews, but you can cancel at any time, right? So I hope that helps. All right. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, just a reminder, if you wanted to catch any of the previous readings that we've been having, you can find them over. I would also encourage you guys, while I take a minute to get these cards together, make sure that you're following me across the other channels. But more so than that, if you're going to try to follow me across the other channels, I would encourage you to do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. As you may be aware, I know that there's a lot of different people who pretend to be me. So the best way to make sure that you're following me is making sure that you go through my tree that has links in it to find me. Um, that said, we are going to get started. And guys, please thank Kay Megan for all their help today as moderator. It's deeply, deeply appreciated. Hi there, Rosie. How are you doing today? Can I check the mic port? It's coming in all skippy, like it needs to be wiggled. Perfect, that worked. I didn't do anything, so you're welcome. We're also going through a Mercury retrograde shadow period, so we do the best that we can. But thank you for notifying me, and I'm glad to hear that it seems like it cleared up. Thank you, guys, for supporting the mods. All right. I'm actually going to take a moment to step away before we get started on the Daily Collective. But once I get back, we're going to get started in just a second. Just a reminder, though, for those that are joining us, we do have 2 different giveaways that we're doing right now. The first giveaway is going to be a free reading will be given to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. So make sure you're tapping that screen and hopefully, and thank you. Thank you so much for participating in that. The other giveaway that we're doing right now is we'll be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. I will doing a random drawing and giving a reading back to the collective. So I wish you a lot of luck in winning that as well. Make sure you're tapping that screen, and I'll be back in just a moment and we'll get started. All right. Let's get to it. And just a reminder, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. What do we have coming through on the cards for today? May I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are Empress in its reversal. I'm not surprised to see this card right now. And the King of Cups in its reversal. All right, my friends, let's talk about it. Okay, so we're just going to go through this. I'm just going to go through the fire drill right now in relationality to what we're experiencing energetically. Okay, there is currently, we've got how many planets right now? Let me double check. It's like we got Mercury in Aries. We got Venus in Aries. We've got Chiron in Aries. We got Neptune moving into Aries. Saturn is on its way there too, right? We've got all of this energy pushing up into Aries. And at the same time, right, we've got a Venus in retrograde. Now, the Venus in retrograde cycles are typically not that, they're not that overwhelming. Right? They're usually pretty manageable. The difficulty with a lot of the Venus retrograde cycles is why, like, there's often that characterization of saying, like, don't get your hair cut, because, like, the thing that occurs with Venus in retrograde cycles is it distorts our perception of things, right? It's like ugly mirror energy, right? It's like it's looking at things and things seeming worse than they are. That can be a lot. They can be a lot around the focus and the orientation directed to the self, right? Now, I'm going to just walk you guys through this again. We've got that feeling, right? Like that feeling that's like saying everything looks ugly. Everything looks ugly. Everything looks worse than it is. Everything looks worse than it is. And then we've got the Virgo full moon that we're moving towards. And Virgo energy is beautiful. But one of the work, like a lot of the work that often Virgos have to navigate is understanding and healing from the aspect of perfection, right? We talked a lot about this yesterday, about the fact that often Virgos arrive here looking for perfection, right? Like they think it's a destination on the map, right? And what does a lot of the work in the Virgo cycles work through? It's understanding that perfection is not a destination. It's a cardinal direction. It's a longing for something, right? That's always that's always like a bit across the horizon point, right? It's a lot of that space. So a lot of this work that we're experiencing right now with these, and we talk about this here, that every full moon there's a benefit to it. There's something that's positive, but we always have to be conscientious of the indulgence, right? And what is the indulgence of the moon that we're experiencing right now? The recognition that perfect is an illusion, and when we concentrate too much on perfect stands in the way of done, right? So now I want you to think about it. You got two different drums going right now. You got the drum. You got like the drum that is the drum that is the Virgo retrograde that says like everything's ugly, everything's ugly, everything's ugly, right? And then you've got the demand of the Virgo, like the Virgo full moon that says everything needs to be perfect, everything needs to be perfect, everything needs to be perfect, everything is ugly, everything needs to be perfect, everything is ugly, everything needs to be perfect. So it's a lot of like, it's a lot of like, it's feeling a lot of that pressure right now. And that's why I'm going to say this again. If you're feeling a lot of this pressure, snap out of it. Remember, it's not you, it's the energetic vibe, right? Find that anchor. Make sure you're holding that anchor to yourself right now, because that ability of understanding, and I need to point this out, we work on recognizing ourselves so that when we can't see clearly, right, when it feels like others' distortions of us don't feel like they match it, we can navigate that with the space of logic, right? And this is happening, and I told you right now, there's a massive amount of heart opening that's happening right now for both feminine and masculine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And it is having a very different effect on those frequencies right now, right? Look at this. Look at the proximity that we find masculine and feminine in right now. They're adjacent to one another. They're both feeling the intensity of this, but it's having a different impact. Now, curiously, this is having a big impact on for masculine right now within Pisces, right? Coming in touch with one's feelings, working in that context. For feminine, we've got a lot of this energy that's coming through as it relates to the Aries heart opening. This is why we talked about the fact that for a lot of the masculine energy right now, it's that feeling of wanting to share, right? Because what occurs when masculine is in that space of doing that healthy heart opening, right? If this is the masculine that's healing from the false premise that emotions are not separate from masculinity, but they're part and parcel of it, that everything we receive is a gift, then we see here that there's a lot of this, like, I feel like this is a lot of masculine being in that space of like wanting to, like, I keep on hearing is like wanting to explore things, like wanting to understand things with deeper clarity. Like there's a lot of, I keep on hearing there's a lot of soul searching that a lot of the masculine energy may be experiencing right now, but it's a soul searching that also feels like that sense of camaraderie because it's that desire to connect, right? It's that desire to share with others in the process of that journey. Now, for feminine, going through the same heart opening like the same like heart chakra opening exercise, what do we see that's occurring with the feminine? This is the feminine coming through in the exact opposite vibration. Is this the feminine that feels that need to share? No. Feminine healing the heart chakra is bringing a lot of that love back towards the self, right? Like, it's like I keep on saying for masculine right then now, the healing is like, would you like some cake? Like, it's like that space of being like, can we share this together? Like, can we share, like, can we share, like, can we share, like, can we share this bounty, right? The bounty of the emotions. For feminine, it's more of that space of saying, I am not cake, right? It's working through a lot of that path work of discernment. If this is a feminine that felt like, again, in order to embody her femininity, she had to be available to everyone for to suit everyone else's needs. This is the feminine that says it's not selfish to reserve some of that for the self. In fact, it is necessary because it's only when we're able to build in the context of we can only give others what we ourselves can replenish within the self, right? So that's why I keep on seeing that for both masculine and feminine, like doing that, I keep on calling, like I call it wing work because feminine is moving more into the space of austerity through this. Masculine is coming more into the space of opening, right? Both doing that work, and sharing their feelings upon the journey. Now, for the energy deep within divine union, this is coming through as a lot of I keep on hearing it's Saturnine messages. And I believe I need to get in, I need to get more, I need to investigate further as to why it feels so closely associated to time. But I think a lot of the reason that we may be seeing that right now is the fact that like Saturn and Neptune are both pushing into Aries right now, or they're on their way to. So it's a lot of that space. I keep on hearing that for a lot of that energy, that identification point, that time is precious, right? This is almost how I see that this energy is healing the heart space because they're holding their time preciously. So again, a lot of that Virgo work. While for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, I just keep on seeing I keep on seeing a lot of this energy coming into divine union, um, working through. I keep on hearing the sacred recognition of something that we did not know that we need to heal, right? This is what we talk about with healing journeys. This is why healing journeys aren't easy because healing journeys are not those moments that say, yeah, it's great. Nothing affects me anymore. I don't feel anything. like that's not healing. In what context have you ever seen someone that's like, it's great. Can't feel a thing. It's totally numb. No, it's that space where we feel everything. So something that I keep seeing here is the amplification of recognizing if these were areas in the past where someone navigated a situation or circumstance where they were desensitized to such an extent that they realize now that they were either traumatized or traumatizing. This is a lot of that energy that is holding those apologies sacredly. I got to point this out, like I keep on saying, is this energy that's like rushing around trying to give apologies and receive them? No, they're holding them on the sacred altar of the self, understanding and working through the lesson that sometimes when we want to give someone an apology, something that might feel good to get off of our chest, we might inadvertently open a wound in another in the process. So that's why I keep on hearing that um, I keep on hearing that there's like a lot of energy coming into divine union that's performing the careful surgery of recognizing the fact of what can hurt versus what can heal. And that's why I wouldn't be surprised if there's not a lot of karmic dreams that are happening right now. Because a lot of that work or navigating the dream space, like the nice thing about the dream space is if we want to like heal something, but we don't want to hurt another person, the guides are always like, well, that's nice because that's where you can do that. And they can like, like if it's not working out well, it's like, all right, no, 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 right? Well, for masculine and feminine in separation right now, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy in separation. I see a lot. I got to tell you, I see a lot of new energetic connection. Like the bright side of this, I see some amazing new partnerships that are coming together right now, and I like these partnerships because um, they feel they feel like Virgo partnerships. And the reason they keep on saying to me that they're Virgo partnerships at this time is because I keep on hearing they share the work, right? They take it seriously. They understand the assignment. And that's why I keep on hearing there's a lot of work that's happening right now as it relates to new partnerships and feeling like one is rendered silent. Why is someone feeling like one is rendered silent? Like, and again, closing of cycles in terms of being rendered silent, or the opening of cycles as it relates to odd silence. Because, I keep on seeing here, if there's those moments in the past where we know the work, right? Like often often we leave situations or circumstances, and it's sad because we see the possibilities that something could heal, but we can't force another person on their healing journey, right? And so I keep on seeing that there may be, and we always hold that hope that something could change, right? That would allow for that expansion point. Well, I see even now, like I've got three different modalities that are happening right now in separation. I've got the modality wherein we're recognizing that someone's trying to come towards someone to heal something, right? So now you've got an energy and expectation, right? That knows what the assignment is, right? But if someone comes towards them in the moment that they know what that transformation work is, and they say, "I have a lot of feelings for you," right? Again, the heart opening, the exposure point, being like, "I want to tell you my feelings for you," you know, like this is the energy that says, telling the feelings is not moving into a direction. Like when we tell each other our feelings, it's stagnancy, right? It sometimes creates more confusion. The energy, I keep on hearing, this is why there's chariot lessons that are occurring right now, because again, when we feel something and we give a plan to it, that is what progress looks like. So you see even now the confusion that may be occurring where someone's trying to have a conversation with someone and someone's saying, "Where is it going?" And the other person says, "I have a lot of feelings for you," right? They just want to expose something. And the other person saying, "Yeah, but that's not progress." And someone says, "No, but I've got a lot of them," right? That's a surplus, being like, "Yeah, I know it's a surplus, but a surplus isn't progress." There may be this moment that you feel like you're not in sync with someone because it's almost that moment of saying, that moment of resignation and saying they didn't understand the assignment, right? And that's that moment that you look at another person with a sense of resignation. You say, "I'm really happy that you're recognizing something, but that doesn't fix it." Right? Often when we're in a trauma space, we talk about this. This is why we heal from trauma. Because sometimes when you got a lot of feelings for someone, but you haven't learned to heal so that your love feels like love, that's not a gift. That's a warning, right? Like it's not, well, for mass, and at the same time, I see a lot of energy right now working in that space of recognizing and identifying, um, having those conversations that feel like they are sublime. And what do we talk about with sublime relationships, right? Like those sublime moments where it feels like we're trying to explain to something to someone that made us feel profoundly isolated. And it's that moment that we're explaining it and we feel like someone just interrupts us and finishes our sentence, right? Those moments that we look towards another and they say, you don't need to walk me through it. I'm completely on, like we are on the same page. I know exactly what you're talking about, right? Those moments that we are rendered into that divine silence where we feel like we are seen, right? We feel like we are recognized. We feel very vulnerable in that space, right? It almost feels like an embrace. So there's a lot of this work. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm seeing energy right now, either navigating one of those or the other. And I'll tell you right now, and I send so much blessings to those who are dealing with this, some energy dealing with both at once. So, and again, that's how Jupiter and Gemini is helping us right now because that point of comparison, sometimes we can't see something unless we have something to compare it to, right? Third card in our 5 card spread. Healing is not linear. Yep, three of cups. 3 of cups, and it's upright, and I think that that's the thing that's difficult about this right now is that healing is not linear, right? It's not, you have to look at it in the space that it is comprehensive, right? It's not a race. It's not like something that you get from one point to another, right? And we talk about the fact that healing is not linear because often when we reach the conclusion to a healing cycle, we find something that we didn't even recognize that we needed to work on. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy there, and I keep on hearing this is very valuable and important for the energy in separation building new connections. Because I keep on hearing that a lot of this energy, building new connections, is talking heavily about the past. That would be a lot of that Neptune and Saturn pushing into Aries. But I keep on hearing the difference between the conversation. I keep on hearing, um, diagnosed, not fixated, right? Why am I hearing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, like in separation, building into um, like a new connection? This is the energy that is looking towards the past, because the energy is saying, I hold my past sacredly because the past helps shape who I am today, right? And that's why I hear a lot of the new energetic connections saying, make no mistake, I'm speaking about something, I'm not fixated upon it, because I understand and recognize like what can be worked upon versus why something did not work, right? I keep on hearing the energy go, I understand what can be worked upon versus why something could not work. And that ability of understanding, and I keep on hearing like, like, focused, not fixated, because the word fixated, right, means that you are obsessed with something because you're still actively trying to figure out a way to fix it. When we've built a resolution in ourselves, right, we often describe that as something where we're able to articulate exactly what happened. And in those moments, we say, yeah, like, we wanted different things. This is always going to be a hurdle. Like it's in the past, and it's not something that I'm returning to, but it's something that I refer to often. Because I refer to often. I carry it with me, and I refer to it often because I learn things about myself as I do so, right? Well, for a lot of this energy coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy coming into divine union, um, like what does one do? Like what I keep on seeing, and this is why the energy is going like this with like apologies, because this is the energy that's going ow, 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 ow. Because sometimes when we heal, we start hurting more because we start feeling things, we start building empathy, and we're like, ah, right? Because you start to cringe because you're like, oof, okay, yeah, like we see things that hurt us. Like they hurt us because we understand. But that's why I see that this is why it becomes sacred heart energy, because sometimes it's not about, like I keep on hearing, when we go, and it's more of the same stuff. An apology is a plan, right? And so that ability, that's why I see the energy that's feeling the prick. I keep on hearing is feeling those stings, those woundings of recognizing something that they didn't see before. The need for an apology, or not even need, the desire, the recognition that apology is deserved, or the feeling of wanting to give one. But as I said, is this energy running all over the place trying to do so? No, because this is often the recognition that when we're in alignment, we see things and we understand things. And this is why I see that there's a lot of energy utilizing that path work of building energetic discernment in relationality to what feels like it can reach a point of positivity, if you will. Like what can create that space of healing versus that moment of not wanting to open your heart and again create a wound in the process, right? Well, again, I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy, um, deep within divine union, there's like there's a lot of this work that I just keep on seeing that is occurring right now as it relates to um, trying to come into the context of, I keep on hearing overlapping, doing things in ways that allows one to get more things done at the same time. You know what I mean? There's a lot of this energy here. And that's why I keep on seeing even now for masculine, it feels very gregarious. I see masculine like coming into some kind of like jubilee energy right now. It's like that desire to want to like, like share the spread the joy kind of thing, right? Like a lot of that masculine energy being in a healthy space. Um, but like it's also saying to me, and but for feminine, I see feminine being more in a space of focusing very much on the internal journey. So I keep on hearing that there's something really beautiful about that with the energy deep within divine union, which means like I keep on hearing, um, like uh, like separate but never apart. Why is the energy saying separate but never apart? Because when we understand, when we're intuitive, when we actively listen to what love needs, it allows for that context of understanding that we don't always have to be in the same vibration at every moment. That, the joy, I keep on hearing the joy in seeing another person follow their bliss brings us bliss, right? So there's a lot of that energy that we're just like seeing here. Fourth and fifth cards in our five card spread. hmm We've got the four. Here's the thing about it too. A lot of this four of swords in combination with the page of pentacles, this is what we talk about right now. Um, I gotta just tell you, and this is happening across all the frequencies. There's a lot of this. I keep on hearing. I don't know why it's coming through. It's like it's giving me a little bit of this sense. And I'm not surprised. Remember, one of the things we've been talking about before we started the podcast is the fact that the energy right now is very dry. We were very wet energy for the last few months, and now everything's just dried up, like bone dry, because we had no Aries energy. Everything was sitting in Pisces, and now Aries station direct, and all the planets are moving into Aries. I'm going to tell you right now, if you've got Pisces placements, you might be feeling like abandonment wounds are getting triggered, right? It's like, because I got to tell you, like Pisces is going through something where it feels like all the planets. If you're feeling like the fleetingness of existence right now, if you find yourself in a very melancholic state right now, and you've got Pisces placements, it's the abandonment wound getting triggered because all the planets are leaving your house. Okay, like it's because it's like, oh, where's everybody going? Why are you going? What has Aries got that I don't got? Like it's a lot of that type of energy. So I'm just saying that to help anyone with Pisces placements right now that are feeling like they're feeling a little off center in this type of energy. Okay, because it's going to trigger, it might trigger if you have, and the sun's in Pisces too, if you are in Pisces right now, like if you have Pisces placements, it might be very triggering to your abandonment wounds right now. But just remember, baby, it's because all of the planets are like moving out of the house of Pisces into Aries. Okay, but and here's the thing about it, there's a lot of the thing about it, and I told you this is chiaroscuro energy, right? We got the twin harmonics of something that keeps on making everything look distorted, in combination with the Venus full moon that wants everything to be perfect, right? When we're in a healthy space, we get a grip by understanding and saying, like, I got to get a grip of myself, right? Because in those moments, and I got to point this out, it has to do with recognizing that something's only valuable in terms of the fact that you can work on it, right? And that's why we avoid projecting when we get into a space of healing. Because here's the thing, the same vibration that says they're the worst, right? Like that throws something to another is the same energy that says woe is me, that says I'm the worst, right? The energy that says there's nothing I can do it. It's all them. What's the point of anything? Is the same energy says I'm the worst. I nothing I do is right, right? Because what is the word that you hear with someone that projects or overly internalizes? It's not me. It's not me. Like it's all me, right? I can do nothing. I can do nothing, right? It's a lot. It's like I keep on hearing. It's the same space of just coming into the point of resignation, right? But when we're into a space where we are energetically activated, we don't often project or we don't get very heavy within ourselves because we understand that we try to focus on what we can do, what our hands can do, what our work can do, right? And so that's why I keep on seeing that there may be a lot of conversations that are reaching, I keep on hearing conclusion points because, in those moments that another throws up their hands to a certain degree, right? Like that, I told you, it's like the moment that someone says, like, I feel like, again, it's not about the amplification that says, I feel awful, right? It's not the amplification that says, like, love is not saying, look what you've done to me, right? Love is the amplification of saying, look what I would like to create with you, right? It's bringing that map. It's the gift that we give each other in relationality to how we feel and what it is that we want to share with one another. And that's why I keep seeing that there's a lot of work being done right now in the space of identifying. I keep on hearing the um, the resignation of blame, right? Because when we blame, we look for reasons why we can't do something, right? We it's like the sorry that doesn't mean sorry, because sorry is a plan, right? So I keep on hearing the difference. There's a lot of work being done right now between the energy of sorry that feels like it's trying to blame things, the inactive state of apology that says, I'm sorry about the situation, versus an apology. An apology is a plan, right? An apology is doing something that activates, that recognizes, what needs to be corrected and what one can do going forward, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy and separation right now, recognizing and working through situations that feel like the emotions are confusing the situation, right? Having to feel like you have to like pull the emotions back and actually see like what that plan is. Like there's a lot of that energy that I'm seeing here, that like the gift I keep on getting with a lot of this Aries and Virgo is clarity, right? Clarity, not having a space where the emotions cloud the perception of what is happening. Because I'll tell you right now, I always like to point this out. Aries, like the one place that Aries and Virgo high five is when you say, like, again, you can find an Aries and a Virgo in a room when you say feelings have nothing to do with it. And the Aries and Virgo go right up here, right up here. They go up here on high, right here on high. I got you, right? Like that's a lot of that. That's a lot of that mutual work that we find in those signs. Continuing to get clarification between our Empress card and its reversal and our King of Cups in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now. Here's the thing, man. We got that five. We got to talk about all this Aries energy. It's going to be easy if you got Aries placements, okay? If you got Aries placements, it might be easier because you're always feeling like this, And here's the thing, and this is the thing, God blessing, like if you have an Aries in your life, I want you to understand Aries did not come here with any patience. Any patience than Aries has given you, they had to make it. They had to make it themselves. Everybody else shows up. They're like, where'd you guys get all of that? Like, we just came with it. Where's yours? And you're like, I don't know. They've been trying to find it everywhere they go. There's no patience anywhere. And this is why, like, Aries is like, this is very, very, very valuable to me. This is very valuable to me. Okay. This is the good stuff. Like, this is the gift I give you. Like, like like you, and that's the thing, like, Aries come here to learn how to make patience. Like that's like they're like I like they're the blacksmiths, the patience. Or like that's the thing. It's like you have to learn how to make it, right? But that space, and I got to tell you right now, that's why Aries are very discriminating as to who they give patience to, right? It's not that an Aries can't be patient. It's respecting and appreciating that their patience needs to be met with progress, right? I told you. So there's a lot of this. There's a lot of work that I'm seeing that's happening right now as it relates to the closure of karmic cycles, or the opening of karmic cycles, in recognizing and honoring the patience that we give one another. That is a gift, right? And that's the energy that reminds us that patience is everlasting, so long as it receives, like, and this is the breath of sacred union, right? The patience we extend to someone met with progress, right? The infinite breath, our patience that feels like it continues and continues, not because we're waiting all the time, not because we're feeling like the space of saying, like, please give me more patience. It's because the partnership and counterpart recognizes that we're in that space of need and then fulfills that, right? It comes back and forth. It's like the healthy relationship that is the sacred breath. And so that's why I keep on seeing that if this is that moment, I told you right now, this is why I see that there's a little bit of this energy. I'll tell you right now that I'm just seeing this in a couple of different vectors where if someone was bringing all sorts of patience to a situation, more and more and more, until finally they reached a point of not being able, like they've reached, I keep on hearing the expiration of their patience. And only in that moment does someone deliver the thing that they've been asking for. It doesn't, I keep on hearing, it doesn't feel like a gift. It feels like a token, right? It feels like an insult. It feels like, I keep on hearing, it's like the opposite of a gift, because it's that recognition of another seeing that and having the clarity of identifying that it feels like someone was withholding it until it was too late to receive it, right? It's like I keep on hearing, it's like it doesn't feel like a gift in that moment. It feels like an injury, right? Continuing to get clarification. And this is why I see, like, I can see a lot of energy potentially even now moving into like moving forward and having some kind of situation that they're leaving in the past. But that's the energy that says, and again, this is why we have like the combination force of Gemini and Aries. Where does Gemini and Aries high five? Gemini and Aries high five because they say, I never fail at anything. Failure doesn't exist, right? So Gemini and Aries high five there. They go, yeah, failure does, like, go ask a Gemini or Aries if they've ever failed at anything. I guarantee you, I put money on it. A Gemini and Aries will look you directly in the eye and say, I have never failed at anything in my life. But they'll say, I just gave up on things. Why? It took too much work, right? It's the energy. Gemini and Aries firmly feel like it. Gemini is a perpetual motion machine. Aries is an ignition switch. They're like, they can do anything. It's not about what can be done. It's about how much work it takes to do it. Equal distribution of weight, right? Continuing to get clear. And I keep on telling you right now, there's a lot of this energy here, right? It's like I keep on hearing, it's like not excuses. It's not the space for excuses. Not with all this energy here. Continuing to get clarity between our King of Cups and its reversal in combination with our the Three of Cups, right? This is like an arid plain, is what I'm getting. One card to clarify. Yeah, and so again, it's like I keep on seeing that the clarity that's happening right now, that is nice, is again, and I'm telling you right now, it has a lot to do. And if it feels like, I'm going to tell you right now, it feels like you're coming to your senses on some stuff right now. And I need to describe this. Coming to our senses is often described as the moment that we don't feel like our emotions are clouding our logic. Okay. And the reason that I feel like there are a lot of situations that energy is potentially moving away from right now because they feel like their senses are unclouded is because we had all of that energy in Pisces, right? And the thing is, and Pisces and Cancer know this well. Pisces and Cancer can romanticize anything. Again, Pisces and Cancer, high five. They're like, we can romanticize anything. But that space, it's like, it's not about whether you can romanticize something. It's whether another person intended it as romantic, right? Like, that's why I keep on hearing, like, Aries is like bringing a lot of harsh conversations into the space of Pisces, right? And when, again, like, that's the thing with the emotions. And here's the thing about the emotions, right? The emotions will try to find comfortability in any situation. It's like desire to try to romanticize anything. But that's why I feel like, again, the Aries is here. Aries is here to save the day and being like, it's not whether you can romanticize it. Did someone intend it as romantic? Okay? Like, it's like, because those spaces, and I keep on hearing this energy say, I hear a lot of energy walking away from something and saying, I don't find this romantic anymore. I don't find this romantic anymore. I find this traumatizing, right? Like I see a lot of new energetic connections that are forming by looking back on something and saying, yeah, I thought it was romance. It was a trauma bond. You know what I mean? Like there's the energy going, I thought I was in, I literally see some new energetic connections that are building and being like, I thought I was in love, but it was a trauma bond. Like I see like the energy, like basically articulating upon that to a certain extent, right? But even in that space of clarity, right, this is the energy that's able, like they want to talk about it, and that's I almost hear the energy saying like, I can hear someone laughing, and like that's why it feels nice. I can hear the energy say it's okay to, like, I can hear the energy say like I can laugh at it now, but it was like that's, I hear the energy like almost like laughing in a way, because it's saying I can laugh at it now and it feels like a joy to laugh at, because um I hear the energy go, I'm laughing, but inside I'm crying, right? That sometimes, like, I keep on hearing what's interesting about it, and I need to point this out. And actually, oh, I'm about to tell on a bunch of Aries here. I'm sorry. Aries have a hard time crying, so sometimes like Aries will laugh through things. Like this is like, often like when we have issues like with tears, like like arid energy. This is why there's sometimes conflict points, because like the understanding that sometimes when someone's like laughing, it's because it's laughing and crying. I need to explain this. Laughing and crying are the sign of emotion that needs to burst forth from us, right? It's a lot of the same weight. And the thing is, like, Aries are big laughers for that reason, right? Pisces are big criers, because Pisces are very much in the water sense. So often, the way that those with water sign placements like to express excessive emotions is via tears. Fire signs, like, it's a lot of laughter. It's a lot of that space where it's like when you feel that excitement, like that point, like it's the exuberant point that it comes out. So I see even now, like there's a lot of that work that, like, I can see the energy that feels something cathartic and healing, because it's the energy. I keep on hearing it's not just about the sacred tears. It's not the tears of joy. I keep on hearing, remember the difference between the tears of joy and the heartbreaking cry, right? The laughter that contains pain, like the laughter that bursts forth from us because we make the intention of saying like, this is how I choose to carry something, because it's like it's not fun, like it's fun, it's like that. I keep on hearing it's like it's funny because it's not funny at all. Right? It's like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that type of energy here, right? And again, like, you either understand that those with heavy Aries placements are going to be like this right now. Pisces are going to be like what, like like it's going to be a little bit. But again, and I'll put it this way: the way you can understand, Aries never have happy tears. Like Pisces happy tears are Aries like sobbing laughter, right? Okay, if that helps. All right, continuing to get clarification between our Three of Cups in its upright in combination with our four, like our Four of Swords in its upright. One card to clarify. Yeah, and there we go. We've got that High Priestess energy here in its reversal. Now, this is very important because you'll recall we had the High Priestess center of the final card in yesterday's reading. So a lot of this work, it's a lot of this, what are you going to do kind of work, right? It's a lot of this, what are you going to do, right? And I need to point this out, like the beauty of saying, like, what are you going to do to a certain extent is because, and I need to stress this, like what's beautiful about the space of saying, like, what are you going to do is, in one moment, it's the articulation of saying some circumstances are outside of our control, right? It's identifying and recognizing and saying, like, there are certain things that we experience outside the self that, we just have to experience. It's not something that we can change. But what are you going to do is also that space of reminding the self that we always have some things within us we can change, right? That there's always the viability of direction that is resulting around us, right? It is a moment that helps us recognize and understand that often working through those spaces, and I keep on hearing this, It has to do with the recognition point of how, like, and I keep on getting this. It's like, and that's why I keep on seeing if there are arguments that are happening right now between energy that wants to dwell in the space of emotion, right? Versus energy that wants to move in a space that feels like it is productive. We almost see that there's a lot of that work there because I keep on hearing, like, this is why I keep on hearing to a certain extent, it's chariot energy because a lot of that space or a lot of that identification point is when we feel things that are not helpful to us, they often make us feel resigned, right? They make us feel energetically powerless, right? But when we're in that space of healing and we allow ourselves to understand the nature of our feelings, we feel fortified by them, right? We feel strengthened by them. It's this, and that's why I'm telling you right now, like with a lot of this, like eclipse energy. I remember I was kept telling you guys to make sure that you're staying very grounded in it, not allowing oneself to be triggered, because I keep on hearing, and this was something that was coming through very heavily across all of the frequencies. Um, our emotions are not each other's responsibility, right? Like I cannot go into you and adjust how you feel about me, right? If you hate me, you hate me. I can't fix that. I mean, you might tell me that there's something that I do that bothers you and we can talk about it, but ultimately what feelings I generate in you are out of my control, and this is why all the spiritual messages always have a catch, except one, and that is confusion, right? Confusion is the gift that we can always heal because via the confusion, when someone comes towards us with confusion, they are asking a question. They need a point of clarity, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now that is working through, and I keep on hearing the difference between someone coming towards them in a space of bringing emotions that just feel like they make something more confusing, right? Versus the emotions that have a plan attached to them, right? That have an intention, right? That have a direction, right? Whether the emotions feel like they're just creating a more of a cloud of confusion or whether they're going somewhere. And this is where I keep on seeing that a lot of energy right now across all the frequencies is like, and I keep on seeing all the work that we experience with the Mars retrograde cycle and navigating surrender, understanding surrender isn't giving up. It's holding into a space of being able to see with clarity, right? It's not allowing the emotions to cloud our judgment, but seeing something with clear eyes. I keep on seeing that a lot of that work that we're seeing here, this is the energy that says, like it's no time. It's like this is not a time to, like, I keep on hearing it's not a time to cry. It's a cry. It's like it's not like, even if you feel like it, it's like, I'm tired, grandpa. It's like, keep digging. Like it's either like a direction is a direction. I've got feelings for you. Is that a direction? Right? I want to talk to you. Is that a direction? I miss something. Is that a direction? Right? Like I see the energy being like directions, 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 right? And I feel like, again, for a lot of the new connections, the ability to provide those directions is what is creating a lot of that feeling of excitement, because this is the energy that says, I like that says like the work that they're doing is to build clarity and to avoid confusion, right? Because that's what we do when we're in a space of healing. Continuing to clarification between our Four of Swords and its upright in combination with our Page of Pentacles and its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Two cards coming out to clarify. We've got here the Hangman and the the Six of Swords. Right. And you know what? Here's the thing. Sometimes being on a healing journey sucks. Just sucks. Things suck. Like, I know, I mean, like, it's not, and here's the thing that's important, right? It's like, it's not about, like, you have to understand when you're manifesting in a positive way, it's like manifestation isn't like, oh my gosh, it's great. I like wanted something and then like this beautiful road opened up and I just, moved down. Like, no, it doesn't work like that, right? It's understanding, right? It's working through, like, what are those blockage points? It's feeling the frustration. It's doing the internal work, right? And again, often we talk about the space of saying, I got out of our, like, what did you do? And we say, I got out of my own way, right? We understand that sometimes when we hold on to something too tightly, we have a hard time seeing with clarity, like what is an alignment to us versus what it is that we want, right? Sometimes when we're working in that space, and I keep on seeing like, and remember what we talked about, like, and it has to do with the idea and the like thinking about the space of a fixation, right? What is a fixation? A fixation is articulated by something that is clearly not working, right? But we become fixated upon fixing it. Now, again, what did we talk about? Healthy partnership in any context is the respiring breath of, again, patience that is met with progress. But often, when we're not in alignment, it feels like one person is constantly fixated on trying to fix something that another person doesn't have any aspiration and desire to fix. That is often indicative of the fact that they do not have the same manifestation goals, right? Often, when someone's not trying to fix something that another person's trying to fix, it's not like they're going to say, "This is my perfect," right? But that's what's happening, right? When someone says this needs to be fixed and another person says, I don't see anything to fix, that is an argumentation on manifestation goals that is occurring. One person is saying, I like it just the way it is. Stop trying to break it. This is my perfect. And another person is saying, I am in suffering. I am in pain here. This is not what I want it to be. This feels like torture, right? That is the energy that has not built into the harmonics of setting clear boundaries with one another in terms of what it is they're trying to manifest. Because one person is articulating the fact that they're being hurt, and the other one saying, stop struggling, right? Like that's the energy. Like those are those spaces that we have to have the clarity and understanding what is in alignment to us. And sometimes it's heavy. Sometimes someone's not intending to do that. If someone doesn't know themselves well, they might not recognize the fact that they're in that space. But again, the guides are kind of clear on this. Whether someone's doing that intentionally or whether someone's doing that because they don't understand themselves enough, it's kind of all the same in the wash, you know? Like, it's kind of that space. It's like if as to the reason why doesn't change the outcome. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of and the bright side that I'm seeing here is for a lot of the energy coming into partnership at this time, I just keep on seeing Virgo unions that are happening here. Clear assignments. You know what I mean? Like, and that's a nice thing about it. Like Virgo is like clear assignments, like organized, understood. They've got a plan. I can see energy. I can see energy like coming together right now with like charts and graphs. Be like, this is what I want to create. This is what it looks like. This is what I want to build with you. This is like I can see a lot of this energy. Because again, it's a lot of this, it's like a lot of this vibe right now. It's a lot of that excitement in terms of finding someone. I keep on hearing the joy of finding someone it feels like you can run with, right? Someone that shares that eagerness, right? And that's happening across all of the frequencies. Well, for a lot of the energy right now, you'll understand that some of this pain point that we're seeing for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, this is the energy that is having those points of contemplation in harmony with another, right? Having that moment, being able to look back on something and suddenly realizing and recognizing the hurt that they may have caused or the hurt that they received that they didn't necessarily deserve. But is this energy like breaking their run to go back to give something to another? No, because this is the energy that says when I'm healing, you don't need to parade it around in front of everybody. This is the energy that heals, that understands that sometimes when you get something off of your chest, you may create a wound in the process, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy that is holding and discovering new wounds within them, right? It's like the journey of healing that hurts us as we continue. But that's why the energy puts those hurts on their altar, the apologies that they hold sacred. And I keep on hearing the apologies are on the altar of self, the altar of the self that has been changed. And that's why the energy says, should the blessed day ever come that I can give those or receive one, it will be a gift, but it's not necessary to healing, right? They're utilizing discernment in relationality to what feels like they can give something that would be helpful versus what feels like it might be harmful. That's why there's probably a lot of karmic dreams that are happening right now. Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Wands in combination with our Two of Wands, and it's upright. Oh, may I please have one card to clarify? Thank you. Clarification coming through right now with the Emperor. Man, we got some big cards out right now. I got to tell you, and I like this from the perspective of masculine and feminine. Masculine, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm just going to tell you, for those in partnership, masculine energy is feeling much more gregarious right now. I keep on seeing that masculine energy is in a space of healing, like healing. I keep on hearing the masculine energy say, the emotions are not stopping me from being masculine. Trying to stop the emotions is what stops me from being masculine, right? Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. Because this is the masculine says, when I'm afraid of something, I'm not in control of something. If I'm afraid of my emotions, then my emotions have power over me, right? Because if I'm afraid of them, if I have no control of myself when I feel an emotion, then I don't then I am like that is the energy that says I'm afraid of myself. And this is why the masculine works on integrating the emotions, because this is the emotion, masculine learning what stoicism is. Stoicism is being in the space of being a chariot of your own existence, right? Feeling the breadth of emotions, right? Feeling those horses that want to pull you in different directions, but then also having the power enough of the self to know what your intention is. And when the masculine comes into the space that they feel the stability and strength of being able to feel all of the emotions, never does the feminine feel safer than in the embrace of a masculine who is in control of themselves, because the feminine does not need to fear the masculine whose emotions may get the better of them and destroy the things that they care about. While for feminine energy, a lot of the feminine energy is in that space of feeling that need to give themselves to others, that need to always serve towards those around them. This is the feminine healing the heart space by saying to themselves, I am not cake. I don't need to feel that need to serve others before the self. This is the feminine that says, I'm there to help others, but also to myself comes first. And that's the feminine that says, this is not selfish. This is feminine that is extending the compassion to others, to the self first. And in that way, the feminine has more of an ability to give back to those around them. And this is the feminine that says, never do I feel more safe than saying no. Because when I can say no to another and they do not hate me for that, when I can say no to another and they do not say, why won't you let me be nice to you? If I can say no to another and they can still love me, even in the space of me having to let them down, never do I feel more love, because I do not feel like I am in a space of being loved because of what I am conditionally giving to another. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Wands and its upright in combination with our High Priestess in its reversal. One card to clarify. Clarification, I'm telling you, man, is all this heart expansion right now. It's really, it's like a lot. It's a lot of energy. It's hard. A heart that hurts is a heart that works. What'd you think? You thought you were gonna get on a spiritual journey and you're gonna stop feeling everything? Or you thought it was gonna get easier? No, 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 no. It doesn't get easier. It gets more complicated, right? And often, like when we come to those healing journeys, it wants to bring us to our knees because we recognize and say, like, yeah, I thought I was good back then. I was disassociating. I was not letting myself feel things, right? Like that ability of coming into the heart space. Like I keep on hearing, as you heal, your heart will break and it will never be broken, right? Because it's like the healing journey is understanding the ability of not being controlled or overwhelmed by the emotions. And when we feel that sense of being able to feel everything that we feel, but not be controlled by them, right? We are able to move with intention through them. This is what we talk about the integration space between, again, the high priestess, the head space, and the heart space, right? The force of intention mixed with emotion. It's not easy, right? I would say it sounds easy, but it's not. And I also see here it requires constant calibration, right? And I keep on, and that's why I see even now, like you have to understand the masculine and feminine kind of moving back and forth towards one another right now. We see that masculine right now is very much in the space. I told you, like I see this. It feels very. I keep on getting. It feels like a desire Like, and I'm not surprised to see this if there's masculine right now that's having a heart opening. It's that moment or desire to want to share their heart with those around them, right? It's like it's giving a lot of that force of wanting to kind of reach out. For feminine, same force, but it's a desire to go inwards, right? It's a lot of like, it's a lot of that space of coming into identifying and recognizing. Um, I keep on seeing, feeling, feeling feeling appreciated and loved for who they are, not what they can give another, right? There's something very there, that's what I mean with a lot of this Virgo energy right now. Continuing to get clarification between our high priestess in its reversal with our hangman card in its upright and the 6 of swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Yeah, and here's the thing about it. There's a lot of nostalgia happening here. You know, and here's the thing about nostalgia. Nostalgia is good in the space that we look back and understand something better, right? The past is a gift because by understanding our past, we understand the journey of the self. But this is why if we come towards ourselves with too much of this, I keep on hearing, like the force that tries to blame others or be mad about our journey, right? Like we come into that space like the same like recognizing that weight of blame, like that space of blame that we inhabit. It clouds our ability to understand the gifts that are surrounding us, right? Because often, I need to point this out, what happens in the story of blame is often the articulation of why we didn't do something, right? It's like carrying the story of energetic regret. It's working in that space, and we talk about regret here, right? Because when we're in a space of having healthy regret allows for the opportunity of building into the pathwork of wisdom. It allows us to see what it is that is within us that we can change. So everything I keep on seeing here, it's really interesting because I see a lot of energy looking back on the past, but not in a space. I keep on seeing, not in a space of overcorrecting, right? Not in the space of over blaming the self, not in the space of over blaming others, but identifying and recognizing what was in one's power to change versus what was outside of one's power to accept. So I love to see this energy right now because I keep on hearing that there's a lot of energy across all of the frequencies building ownership upon their story, right? And the moment we build ownership upon our story, we don't look at something and say, that was something that happened to me. We say, that was something that shaped me into who I am today, right? Doesn't mean that everything that occurred was positive or negative, but recognizing and finding that sense of strength in the self allows for that context of feeling like this is how we ground in the present. And I think that this is really important right now because I told you a lot of that weight or force that we're experiencing with like the Venus retrograde that makes everything look ugly, and a lot of that sense of like the perfection that the Virgo full moon demands. This is the energy that says and helps us find a balance point by saying, I'm okay with myself. I know who I am. I love that person, right? This is how we can navigate energy that puts everything into sharp contrast. We hold ourselves with love and compassion as we navigate that harsh light. Continuing to get clarification between our Emperor card in combination with our Three of Swords. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Ace of Cups. I like that. I like that a lot. What did I say right here? What do we do when we start navigating the hurt? What do we do when we start feeling the sting of regret? What do we start doing when we feel the sting of remorse? We put the love there, right? We start to love that's where we start to love ourselves. And that's that moment of saying and identifying. And I keep on hearing, you know, and I keep on seeing this, and I feel like this is important. It's understand. I keep on saying there's a lot of energy that is making peace with things right now, right? And I think that what's beautiful about that is making peace with circumstances of the past and at the same time making peace with, I keep on hearing the energy say, if I'm good, like if I'm okay with myself now, if I find myself like the one, and I need to point, okay, so it's like, it's a little bit of a cliche, but they're saying you can't change the past, right? Overthinking on the past is ridiculous because when you overthink on the past, you miss all of the opportunities presently surrounding you, right? That's all the regret. When you're over worried about the future, it's all anxiety, right? All that anxiety, like perseverating over things that haven't occurred, that is too much of a correction point and looking too far into the future. The balance point is the present, right? Because it's not about overlooking into the past where you can't change things, and it's not building a point of anxiety in terms of what can occur. All that matters is what you do here and now, right? And so that's why I keep on seeing that if there's some issues right now in partnership where someone is trying to talk about too much from the past, like they're trying to go back to the past, right? And then like there's energy here. There may even be like there's a, like like there's a lot of that force. Like I keep on seeing that like there's energy here, um, or someone even coming towards them with too much anxiety as to what's going to happen, right? Like the balance point is finding that place of equal measure. And I keep on hearing the same message that comes through. Our feelings are never each other's responsibility. We don't blame each other for how we feel. When we're in a healthy space, we come with our own prescription for how we feel, right? You know, you got to think about it. Like every time you say to someone you feel like something, you're really saying, I'm hungry, right? And it's like what you're really saying is like, give me something, and you're not giving them any clarity. So when you say to someone, I'm hungry, I would like a piece of bread, right? You say to someone, this is how I'm feeling, this is how it can be fixed. This is how we communicate properly through our emotions. And again, that's why we say, when we just say to someone, I'm hungry, and it's your fault, that doesn't make any sense. Like when you say to someone, I'm hungry and it's your fault, it's like that doesn't make any sense, right? The only feeling that we generate within each other that is our responsibility to heal for one another is confusion, because confusion can be met with clarity, right? If I feel confused about something and I come towards you with it, the gift that we give one another is by clearing, is allowing for the clarity, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of conversations where I keep on seeing like a profound moment of clarity is occurring that's helping others recognize what can be healed, or if it can't be healed, what is wrong in the first place. Like there's the problem. Continuing to get clarification between our three of swords in combination. I love this. We've got symbology here with this three of swords and the four of swords. And then we've got the six of swords next to it. We've had so many swords cards ever since we got into this Aries energy. 10 of cups. It's not ideal, right? Situations aren't ideal. And this is what we have to talk about, right? And this is the problem with a lot of this, like no offense to Virgos, because Virgo energy is beautiful in terms of plans, in terms of understanding what's precious, in terms of being analytical. But a lot of the work that Virgos have to recognize and work through is remembering perfect doesn't get anything done. Good is better than perfect because good is done and perfect is something that we can never achieve, right? An artist never finishes their work, they merely abandon it, right? So you have to recognize, again, what are we feeling right now? Like that space of saying, like, again, you are not a mess, you are a work in progress. Your job is not to be flawless. The reason we love a jewel is because of its flaws. What do we do with a jewel that has flaws? We polish them. Take these flaws that they may become facets. We turn them into the things that and I want you to think about anyone you love. Anyone you love, do you love them because they're perfect? No, right? You love those quirks. You love those intricacies. You love those little unique things that make them stand out beyond any other, right? It's not about the space of finding perfection. It's about embracing those qualities and characteristics that are solely ours, right? And that's where that space, then again, and we do this even on the work on the self, right? There are things that we want to work on. We don't just say, I'm sorry, I'm like this, right? I'm the worst. We say, I know that's something I'm working on, right? I identify that as a problem, and this is what I've been doing to try to resolve it, right? The difference between the energy that says, you know, you're not patient enough versus energy that says, be patient with me, right? The key word is not, and again, the difference between be patient for me and be patient with me, right? For feels of separation. For says, do this for me, right? Be patient with me means I'm actively doing this with you. And typically, someone doesn't need to say that. You can see it, right? You doesn't need to say it. You can see it because that's the energy that puts a qualifier on trying, right? Like trying when you're doing something and you say you're trying, it's just you know, you're not doing like, and I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing the difference between, I keep on hearing like the trying in the head versus the trying in the hands versus someone that says, I'm trying, but they're not doing something, right? Versus someone that's like actually doing it and they're feeling like, and they're trying. And you're like, I keep on hearing someone that says that they want to try to do something versus someone that's actually doing it, right? But they're doing, I hear the energy, like I hear someone being like doing something and being like, I'm sorry if I'm bad at this. And someone being like, no, you're doing great, you know? Final card between, yep, Ace of Cups in its upright and 10 of Cups in its reversal. I know what this card is. Okay, cool. Yep. Um, I keep on hearing sitting on the curve versus a learning curve, right? Like the energy that says, I wish, I wish, right? A wish. The reason that a manifestation is not a wish is because we don't just sit around waiting for it to happen. All right. The difference between a manifestation and a wish is we don't just sit around waiting for it to happen. We move. A manifestation is a journey. We move in the direction towards it, right? It changes us as we move towards it. It is the setting of intention. And again, it's a reminder that a healthy manifestation does not require one to disassociate on the journey of moving towards it, right? It's not a march, it's a parade. It's that space of identifying and recognizing. And I keep on seeing that there's a lot, like the gift that's happening right now in some of this energy, especially as we move towards the eclipse, is identifying, um like I keep on hearing seeing a learning curve in action. I keep on hearing seeing a learning curve in action, meaning, the difference between someone that says, I wish I could learn versus someone that you're witnessing is in the process of going through a learning curve, right? And that's having to do with the difference between someone that articulates what they wish they could do versus someone that's actively in the process of doing it, right? Bottom of the deck. And that's happening across all of the frequencies. Bottom of the deck. There she is. Oh my gosh. She has been out like hotcakes right now. It's because of all, it's like, I did not see this card for like months and months and months. Girlfriend was like hiding in the deck. We got our Queen of Swords out, bottom of the deck. And here's the thing. Like, I feel like there's some energy right now that is going through like, what got into you? You know what I mean? It's like the energy going like, and I need to stress this. This is why it's really important right now. Please listen to me. If you're being patient for someone, make sure that they know that. Like, make sure that they understand that. Because sometimes what happens, and this is why, like, and again, feminine energy, you have to take accountability for this. Um, because sometimes feminine energy suffers, like I keep on hearing, feminine energy is letting go of the habit of suffering in silence, right? Because here's the thing, when we suffer in silence, we often create these dysregulation points where another person doesn't realize that we are upset, right? They don't understand that we're putting weight on them. They don't understand that what they're doing is bothering us because we're going, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine when it's not fine. And we know it, right? Like, and then we have these moments that we're like, we explode and someone goes, what's gotten into you? Because if we're not in a space that we are articulating when we're not feeling okay, there is no condition where that will not eventually bubble up someday, right? And that's when you have those moments, be like, I don't know what got into her, and everyone's going, I do, right? Like, I do, right? So just, and again, this is why we talk about the mutual work of the sign work. And it does say to me that there's a lot of this work here that, and you can see this masculine energy, like this is masculine energy. I keep on hearing masculine energy right now is trying to control the horses, right? Feeling the emotions that want to drive forward something, but then pulling back upon them and saying, like, I can feel these things and not act upon them. Feminine working on that space of being able to bear pain, like your gift of bearing pain, you have to let others know that you're in pain. Like you can't not let other knows that they know that you're not in pain, and then get upset if someone continues to do something, right? So this is how, like, feminine is clearing their throat chakra at this time, right? And masculine is like working through the heart chakra. So I see even now, like, this is masculine, like learning how to open up, and feminine that's clearing their throat chakra. And I need to point this out. This doesn't mean that that feminine is going, I'm clearing my throat chakra, I'm popping off on everybody, right? Like, this is the feminine energy learning to communicate in ways so that they don't build, I keep on hearing, they don't build a reservoir of hostility within them in the progress, right? I keep on hearing, like, no, like not a not a reservoir of pain, but like a hidden spring of joy. Like, don't let the ability of having a hidden spring of joy create a reservoir of pain within you. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here to receive them. If you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my website. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading on my website, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Also, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Wheel of Fortune card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. And all you need to do if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program is become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access to, as a monthly subscriber, over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we've studied or are learning thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. You will also gain access to the option of having a complimentary mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes best effect to your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's absolutely something there for everyone. Don't let your robust experience or your lack of experience prevent you from joining our classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, please follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings, services. We post the podcast there every day with a full photo of today's spread if you'd like to see it. Also, I'd like to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal journey goals and spiritual journey and spiritual path work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation reading packages. That is a package again, you can purchase those per dream or as a package. I simply ask that if you purchase the dream interpretation reading package, that you please make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, as when we meet, we will be utilizing the journal to understand the key messages and themes that are coming through the dream space utilizing the tarot. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings, but I'd like to see who the winner. And congratulations to Elisa. You got our highest winner for today. And Bridget, you got second, dear. So you will also have additional cards in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the fifth person read for. Also, we're doing a contest right now. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm also going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. But just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Also, if you are joining us across any of the other platforms and would like to get on the list, all you need to do is head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you can go ahead and find the donation links there to get on the list. If you are interested in seeing today's spread, it will be available on my Substack when we post the podcast later today. And as I mentioned, I'm just going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hold on a minute. Hi there. Where were we? I'm doing the bare minimum at this time. That's all I can commit to. That's perfectly fine. Listen, knowing your boundaries right now, Lisa, is key. All right. Oh, where are we? You're so welcome. Thank you, Bella, for being here and receiving these messages. And thank you as well, just in time for the follow. Hi there, Mig. Good to see you today. What's up, Hardy? Happy to read for you on that, dear. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open as always. All right. And thank you for those gift solutions. Thank you, Goddess, for the gifts as well. Hi there, Ella. Good to see you. Oh, I'm sending you support on that breakup, Rosa. But again, we see a lot of energy shifting right now. Make sure that you're finding that grounding anchor right now. Make sure that you're moving with intention. Pisces rising, definitely holding space for you right now, Ella. I feel like this energy is not easy for those with Pisces placements right now. Me being right on the Aries Pisces threshold. This might feel like you're just like, this might feel, Maddie, like you're just in your element right now. I'd be very curious to see how you feel about it. Aries, Moon, Pisces rising. There you go. Same thing, Haley. Venus wanting everything to be perfect is so Libra. And I feel like, the thing with it's interesting because like Libra and perfection is very intriguing stuff. And the thing is, I feel like a Libra's sense of perfection is like it's a little, I gotta stress this, it feels a little bit messier than Virgo's sense of perfection, right? Like like Libras have an amazing ability of making of like attenuating to how to make something perfect, right? The thing that like you know like the thing with Virgo energy is sometimes Virgos don't have the relationship with perfect in terms of being able to feel the joy in making something perfect. They sometimes suffer under perfect, right? Like it feels like it sometimes can build that space that's what's a little bit difficult about this right now. All right. But it's a very good point. All right. Just reading over some of the comments that came through. Ah, Aries, Moon, Pisces. Absolutely. Twins. Wait, my moon might be Scorpio. Aries, Sun, Pisces rising, Scorpio moon. That is some fiery, that's some fiery, fiery energy right there, ascended. Wow, that's a heck of a combination. And again, Hardy, I'm always happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open, dear. I know they are cool placements. Hi there, Nikki. Good to see you today. This collective reading. So let me know if you're included, you can relate. Thank you. Accurate for the Aries I have met. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. Totes in my power with all my Aries placements. Exactly, Chastity. As an Aries, hold on a minute, lost my spot. As an Aries who is very patient, I don't know how I do it. You know how you do it. Like, you know how you do it. You work for it, you know? Aries that are patient are very loving because they're like, my patience is a gift. You know, it's never there's not a lot of it. I just give it out. We left our patience on some past life island. Exactly. They didn't bring it to us. I have the patience of, and that's what's amazing. Like when you find Aries with patience of a saint, it's usually because you moved into warrior energy, right? Like you like it's like it's giving me like it's a lot of that like coach energy, right? Like that's why those with like Aries placements often become coaches because you're like, you're like, I need to go train the Aries that are coming in. Yes, our patient needs to be met with progress. Yeah, and that's why again, I'm telling you that like, you'll often see I'll get you'll see a lot of Aries that become coaches in some kind of way. Because Aries like, it's like it's all dopamine. It's like, oh good, like or children because children can't help it. So it's like Aries will often have a lot of patience for children because they understand. They're like they can relate to them. Like I all like Aries are like I too know what it means not to want to have to wait for something. Like, it's like, yes. Is there a significance with having Aries and Jupiter? Um, I mean, yes, because like it's going to be a lot to do with like it's like you want to go for like maximum effect at every moment. It's like the opposite of a subtle hand. you know You're like, what if we just punch it? Like, like I feel like Leos are like, what if we just hug? Like Aries, Jupiter is like, what if we just punch it? No, no, no. I mean like really hard. Hi from Sweden, Anna. I have an Aries in the seventh, and Lilith resonates so much with me. That makes a lot of sense. The lack of patience is so true. Well, it's cut like you're like again, I'd say like again, Aries in the seventh is like your cutoff game's devastating. You know? Like once you're through, you're through. Hi there, Marisol. Got both in my big three. Hi there, Josty. Hi there, Anna. I am an Aries. Welcome, Era. Welcome. Then add Virgo for a bit of perfectionism. Exactly. Me and Aries Sun with Gemini Moon. I love that energy though. Right? Like and I told you, what's like the Aries and Gemini? Like there's no such thing like failure does not exist. Woo! Yes. Hi there, Jay. This is too accurate. Thank you, Codex, for receiving these messages, and thank you, Nikki. True, and sometimes they judge Aries that we are insane. Well, here's the thing. I gotta stress this, and we talk about this a lot with Aries. Like Aries often come into this world feeling like rebel without a cause. And I feel like the healed Aries usually moves to their lessons and says, like, if you can't, like when Aries starts, they're like, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Aries, when they've like completed like a lot of life's journeys, will be like, if you can't handle me at my worst, I don't blame you. That shiz is ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like it's ridiculous. Like I would. It's not. It's like yeah. It's like the Aries recognizes that like they're completely unhinged. Aries Sun, Pisces Venus. I'm definitely laughing through the tears. Oh, there you go, Bridget. Tap to claim Spiral. So good to see you, dear. I hope you're well. Thank you for stopping in. Fati, good morning. I agreed to go to work. I wish I didn't. I'm sending you so much support on that, Fati. I hope you're having a good day regardless. I hope these messages help. And thank you for confirmation, Nikki. 111, tap to claim, Angie. And thank you as well, Kay. Thank you, Molly, for the follow. You're so welcome, Per. Sorry. No, you have nothing to apologize. I don't even know what you're apologizing for, love. So if that helps. Molly, thank you for the follow. I don't, Conchita, I don't know if you are real because the messages I filed, they are for me almost all. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Conchita, but if you're asking if this is a live feed, it is. I hope this helps. Is there something, are you trying to message me? I need to stress this. I get a lot of messages on this app. If you're trying to reach out to me, the best way to do so is via email. So I hope that helps. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know, Kay. Great to see you as well, Nikki. Oh, Ruby, it's okay, dear. It'll all be up later today. Good to see you. And CG, thank you for the follow. As a Pisces Saturn, it's been nuts finishing my Saturn return. I can imagine, Gianna. Like I actually was doing a reading here the other day, and a Saturn return came up. You know, the Saturn returns are no joke because it's in those moments that we have a change in terms of how we perceive time. You know. Oh, that's kind of you, Elisa. You know what I'm gonna do? No, it's all right. You know what we'll do here. I mean, I'll be giving extra cards to Ruby as well. Hi there, how there, Atul. How are you doing? Or am I going to read? I was just reading. I just did the collective read. If you'd like to have a personal reading, all you need to do is send the donation payment. I'm happy to pull cards for you, dear. I have so many, hold on a minute. I have so many Aries placements and then Cancer Moon. That's the thing, like the Cancer Moon's going to be nice there because it's going to help cool down all those Aries placements, right? But it's a lot of loner energy, a lot of Aries and Cancer energy together. All right. All right. Thank you, Nikki. I'm waiting to get paid to become a subscriber again. Thank you, Nikki. That's really sweet of you. No pressure, but I appreciate that. And I'm so glad that you're still here with us as well. Virgo moon, Cancer ascendant. I love that too, weird. That's a beautiful combination. It's very delicate. It's like lace, you know? Um, all right. Good afternoon, Heather. Good to see you. So many Nikki's. Never enough Nikki's. All right, we are going to get started on personal readings right now, but as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read. Oh, it came out okay. There are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. First person, you know what we're going to do because there was some confusion on the highest gifter. What I'll do right now is if Ruby was the highest gifter, we're like Ruby and like Ruby. I'm going to give you. Yeah, I'll be doing because I already called Alyssa. I'll do Ruby and Alyssa. We'll get 3 cards today, and then Bridget, you'll have an additional card in your reading. All right. The first person we're reading for today is, wow, my handwriting is awesome. Addison. Addison, if you're here, dear, can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it'll be the 6 person read for. All right. And just a reminder, when we get to 50K, I will be doing a drawing and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are already at 37.8K likes. Addison. Second call right now. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Adam, thank you so much for those heart puffs. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Also, Addison, your subscription's ending soon, dear, if you'd like to renew. For those who are joining us across the other platforms, if you would like to get on the list as well, you can get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Sending, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, okay, okay. You're gonna send it. You want to wait and okay, okay. That's a good place to send it. Atul, again, I'm happy to read for you. These are personal readings, so if you'd like to send the donation, I'm happy to pull cards for you. No problem, K Megan. Thank you for all of your help today. And guys, please thank K Megan for all their help today as moderator. Grand Rising, Hannah. All right. Hold on a minute. I'm just putting the offer here again. If anybody else would like to get on the list, it is 3. So the next person, if we're going to hold on, we're going to hold on Addison's reading. The next person on the list for today is Tashina. Tashina, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 for subscribers. Binks in my Lio. I'm happy to do dream interpretation readings here. I'm also happy to do past life. I'm happy to do love readings. I also do highest priority messages from spirit. And I also do mediumship. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, we got it. 6-person read for. Excellent. Oh, excellent. Anytime, Nikki. Typically what the past life readings will talk about where you left off in terms of lessons in the past life to help kind of recognize what you're carrying forward into the present. Atul, thank you so much for the gift, but these are not gift-based readings. If you would like to have a reading via a gift, the gift of a baby dragon will earn you a reading. So if you'd like to give the one with the dragon egg, that is the gift that will get you a reading right now. But thank you so much for that gift. All right. Have a great day, K Megan. I've got you, Tashina. Hold on a minute. Let me just read over. Okay, I see here. Okay. All right. Can I please just bear with me a moment? And thank you so much for your question. Can I please hold on, let me just do something here. Can I please get 3 cards, please? Just bear with me a sec. Can I get 3 cards, please? Highest party messages for Tashina on work right now. What do they need to know in relationality to a situation and circumstance? 1 second. Highest priority messages from spirit, please. They're flying out right now. 1 more. Um, this is interesting because like the thing I'm seeing here is you know, also actually you know, there's something really important that I'm seeing that it feels like a blockage point. Like it feels to me like there's something that you want to do or want to offer that where you currently are isn't like it's not allowing you to. I keep on hearing this isn't the full experience, you know? I keep on hearing this isn't the full experience. Um, and I just want to bring this forward right now because it feels a lot like I keep on hearing a lot of these messages about having to say to someone like something that you're doing somewhere, um, like only scratches the surface, you know? Like I see, like I almost see you saying to someone, like I see some kind of situation or circumstance where it's like I feel like it's like I see you taking all of these notes because you're just looking at something and saying to oneself, like, I could do something, I could do something here better. I could do something here differently. Um, but the one thing, like the one thing I'm keep on hearing from like your guides right now is, you know, and it's interesting too, because they are showing me, and it's funny too, because you're not the first person I've had this like this vision with right now. Um, they're telling me to remind you how you move a goldfish, right? Which is, and I don't know if you ever had to like move a fish out of like out of an aquarium into another aquarium. But like the whole thing about it is you can't, like, the reason that this is coming through is they're saying that the thing with the goldfish or any fish is you can't just move something into a different environment, because it could shock the system. Right? It's like even if it's a better environment, like that's the thing that they're actually showing me. They're saying even if it's a better environment, if you do something too quickly, it sometimes creates like a shock. Um, and so they're saying that there might be something that you can do here by degrees, right? So they're saying like if there's a circumstance or situation wherein, you know, because I keep on and they're saying like, you know, and they're saying that again. I keep on hearing uh, practice. Like a practice is building upon progress. Like a practice is building upon progress. So they're saying like this might be a situation where you start saying to someone like, I'm not necessarily going to be available on like this day. And then like you start to dedicate that day to like working on your own practice, right? Like I almost see like a little bit of this work where you're starting to build something. And that's why they keep on showing this to me, because they're saying it's not like, they're saying it doesn't necessarily need to be, they're like, recognize whether something you do needs to be a band-aid rip or not, right? Because sometimes when we have a band-aid rip moment and we put too much weight on something that we're starting to build, it can it can collapse under the pressure, right? Whereas they're saying that if you do something in such a way now that you do it by degrees, right? You step back from one thing so that you can step into another, right? They're saying think of it so much, don't think of it so much as a change, but think of it as like a subtle transference of energy, right? Um, as it relates to like starting to put some time to something, and then as it grows putting more and more time to it, and then as it grows putting more and more time to it. And it's like almost that, like they're saying like it'll grow almost like, it'll grow in such a way that it just feels like, I keep on hearing the natural next step, right? Like it just feels like it's like, oh, it's like the inevitable next step, if you will. So, and I feel like, you know, and I effectively, I definitely want to caution you about doing anything hasty in this month, right? Because the one thing that we're talking about right now, which is, um, and not, and here we talk a lot about this right now too, because the one thing we have to recognize, um, when it comes to the eclipses, is we get into those spaces where we feel really frustrated. We feel like we don't want to do anything anymore. We feel like we can't take it. Um, and especially with all of this Aries energy, you know, And the way I keep on affirming this is it's not the fact that you can't do something during like an eclipse cycle. It's just making sure that what you're doing or changing is something that you've been intending for doing for a long time, right? Like make sure that there is preparation behind the intention. But the beautiful thing that we've talked about right now with a lot of this area, like a lot of this energy that we're experiencing, is it is beautiful energy for incubation. It's beautiful energy for building plans. It's beautiful energy for understanding what the shape of something is going to look like. So they're saying even now, like focus on those relationships, focus on, like, I keep on hearing proposing something to another, right? Like they're saying, like, let that, like, this could be a great moment. Like I keep on hearing, not walk away, but step back, because they're saying that there's something about you stepping back is you stepping towards yourself in the process. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I mean, especially with this emperor energy here, I feel like there, I think that there's something. I mean, this is the bumping heads that I was seeing. It feels to me like um I don't know why. It feels like you're kind of navigating some I don't know why you're saying, like, I can't, how do I explain to someone you're making others feel uncomfortable? You know what I mean? There's something about this here. Like I don't know what this is, but like um it's I feel like there's some kind of like there's something really important I see that needs to be navigated as it relates to um I don't know why it feels like there's somebody like that's kind of checked out on something. Like it feels like, and that's what I mean, like it's giving me like having to work with someone. I feel like the difference between saying, like, this is always really frustrating when we have those moments that we try to like say to someone, like, look, this is what we could do to make something better, and someone says, like, let's not rock the boat, right? Like the difference of I keep on hearing the difference between someone that wants to like create the maximum experience versus someone who's looking to do something with like minimum effort. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing that I can see is so difficult about something here, right? Because like when you're so focused on, I keep on hearing, this is why, like, when you streamline things, they become like they become boring, because like when something's streamlined, it doesn't feel like a special experience. It feels like you can kind of get it anywhere, right? And I almost feel like I see, like, it's almost like you having to work with someone who's trying to streamline things, failing to, and then getting upset, like, and then like I see like nobody's showing up, and they're like they try to streamline it more, and it's like I see them being like they're almost like doing the opposite, because they're saying like, oh, but they don't want to put money into it, but being like, yeah, but that others can tell, like, like, you know what I mean? Like someone being like, I don't want to put money into something that's not working, and being like, it's not working because you won't put money into it. It's like this is like the chicken that's like gobbling up their own egg. Like I hear it, like this is like it's funny because they're not saying it's a chicken and egg situation. They're saying that this is a chicken that's gobbling up their own egg because they keep on saying it's not working, and instead of putting more into it to get it into a place that others would like invest in it, they're trying to take less and less and less away, and it's like it shows. Like I see someone being like they can like it shows, and that's why I see that so difficult, because you can't get the same experience on less. I can see someone being like, oh, what if I lower something, and you having to have a conversation and be like, the energy that you're looking for isn't looking for the bottom line. They're looking for the highest cultivation of an experience, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing the energy saying it's not about making something cheaper. It's about making something more exquisite. You know what I mean? Like I see you guys, like this is what I mean. And so that's what I kind of say, like, and I need to point this out. If you've had this conversation with them and they have declined, like I keep on hearing, if you, as long as you've, like I see to say, like if you say to someone like, you know, I offered this to you, I suggested it, but you passed on it, then I don't see any like, I don't think that that's moving out of alignment with another person because you're saying to them like, look, I'm just doing what you said you wouldn't do. You know what I mean? Like I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm putting that vision, like I'm taking that vision I brought to you and I'm doing it somewhere elsewhere. It's like it's not about having hard feelings. It's about saying like these are different things, you know? So thank you so much for having that reading with me, Tashina. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Addison. And if anybody else wants to get on, they'll be the 1, 2, 3, the 4th person read for 3 cards for a donation of 28. And I just want to show you these because I want to just show, I need, like sometimes when the cards are like this, they're just so beautiful. I want to show them. So like, I just want to show you the comparison, Tashina. So this is what you want to create. Like, look at this, like luxurious spa experience. There's like wolves, like you see the whole tableau here, right? And this is the other guy. This is the other person. They're like, what do you want? This is a scratch and dead. No, 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 it's good and cheap. Come here, I'll treat you real good. Like, no, no, I'll do it for free. Like, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like someone's like like this is you can't like the oil the oil and the water will not mix, completely different things. Thank you. um Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and thank you, and thank you for, and they're actually saying like that's the thing, I keep on hearing, call it something completely, like it's something completely different. Right? I keep on hearing that's why it's not. I keep on hearing that's why it's not competition with another, because you're saying it's a completely different thing. You know, I keep on hearing like your mantra is it's a completely different thing. Like it's a completely different thing. You know. Oh, there's a lot. No, no, there's a lot. There's a lot of cards that do that. Kay, listen, Pamela Coleman Smith was a flippin' genius. Okay. Pamela Coleman Smith was a flippin' genius. I wish I had 5 minutes to chat with her, man. Okay. Why do you think I teach with this deck? All right. Next person we're reading for today. We're reading for Addison. I just need to pull your question up, love. Hold on a minute. And if anybody else wants to get on the list is open. All right. What do we got here? Bum, bum. Hold on a minute. I got it. Oh boy. Ooh, look at us. Look what we're doing here. Oh, hold on. There's pictures. Hold on a second. Nikki, I'll confirm, dear. I'll add you to the list though. Just let me know where you sent it. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Hold on a minute. Please hold. Hold on. Hold on. I'm having a Mercury retrograde shadow thing. Okay. So Addison, entirely just want to check, are you comfortable with me reading what you sent, or is it sent because you don't want it shared? Just let me know which the situation is. So, okay, thank you for confirming. All right, I'm going to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that other reading. Also, for those joining us, we're at 38.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Okay. No, no, that's not the baby dragon, dear. Oh, wait, did you send the oh, you did send the baby I apologize. Okay, okay, so the baby dragon. Okay, absolutely. Thank you. Oh, and guys, just a reminder, I apologize for anyone who comes in and asks you to message them. Please remember, a legitimate reader will never come in to ask, will never ask you to inbox them for a reading. And the only way you can book a reading with me is on my site. Please be safe out there. Okay, I've got you. Um, yes, Atul, I've added you to the list. You'll be read for after Nikki. Sorry about that. Sorry for the confusion. Thank you for sending that. But Atul, you have to wait because you are going to be the one, two, three, four, five, six person read for. Thank you. All right, till May 1st. Got it. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Ascended. Thank you as well for receiving these messages, Priest. Thank you, Tashina. Almost made me cry of awareness of understanding. You're so correct and true. I'm so glad this message is in alignment. I know, I love the moon and star card. It's like I keep on hearing elevated experience. I love it. I love it as well. Continue forward in that journey, dear. And again, they're thinking, think about like they keep on saying, think about goldfish energy. Don't put too much pressure on it. Think about like growing it, giving it the space to bloom. You're so welcome, dear. Yep, I've got it. I've got them. Thank you for that. Okay. All right. So we're reading now for Addison. Context for the energy going on in this reading. So I just want to tell you guys, Addison sent me a spread. So I'm going to get clarity on the spread. 19 is a powerful number as an archetype and has had repeated significance in my life. Absolutely. I was 19 years old. 19 years ago, mother passed after a short and brutal fight with cancer, sending you so much support on that journey. My relationship was tumultuous, a long intergenerational cycle, unmet maternal needs manifesting as rage. I understand. I bore the brunt of that rage and believed myself deserving of it, and held myself responsible for all those unmet needs. We are incredibly close, very hot and cold, and I idealized her. I blamed myself until, hold on a minute. Oh, hold on. Mercury shadow problems. Okay. Um, I blamed myself until I reached my 30s when I finally began addressing the patterns that have been holding me back. When my child was born, I was very ill and there were 10 weeks premature. Oh, sweetheart. Um, I fought for my life and pulled a miracle that baffled my doctors. That's incredible. Like amazing. It was my mother's birthday. So my mother and my daughter share a birthday. That unbelievable. Thank you so much for sharing this story with us, Addison. My question: what do I need to know about moving forward with this energetic connection as I continue the hard work of breaking the cycle? And I pulled these for the situation this morning. Hold on, I'm just looking at the cards. Yep. Okay, I got it. Okay. Ugh. All right. Can I get 3 cards for Addison, please? Highest party message. Two more cards for Addison, please. Highest party messages from Spirit, please. I mean, here's the thing. And I like to point this out. Like, everybody likes. I need to point this. So here's the thing. Um, and I mean, and like you've got and the one thing you've got like a big spirit team. Like you got a lot of ancestors behind you on this, and a lot of like the thing about it is Everybody says they want a cycle breaker until someone starts breaking cycles. And now you're running away and you're scared, is what I keep hearing. everybody, everybody wants a cycle breaker until they start cycle breaking. And now you feel triggered and you're running away and you're scared. Here, like, that's the thing. It's hard, right? It's not easy. It stinks, right? It's like, it sounds great. It's like, oh, I will be the cycle break. It usually doesn't feel like that, right? It feels a lot of this like, stop doing what what the bad, like, what the call, like, I'll tell you right now, the call and response between a cycle breaker and everyone around them is the cycle breaker says, I'm breaking the cycle. And what is everybody doing who's within the cycle? Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Why? Because they couldn't do it, right? They're afraid to break the cycle. They're afraid to break the cycle. Their fear prevents them from breaking the cycle, right? And so, what is more triggering to energy that is too afraid to break a cycle, that's given themselves all these excuses and all these reasons why they couldn't do something? And then here you come, boom, 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 marching in, just open the thing without a second thought, say you're going somewhere, don't ask anyone for anything, right? The audacity, right? You know, like, that's the thing. The cycle breaker, it's like, this is why, again, the cycle breaker and the like, the cycle breaker is also often considered the black sheep, right? The cycle breaker is often considered the black sheep because what are they saying? I'm not doing that. It's dumb. I prefer not, right? And it's the moment that someone recognizes. And here's the thing: if a bunch of energy is caught in an unhealthy cycle, and then you're marching in, you're breaking the cycle. Now they're afraid, right? Like, now they're afraid because it's the fear. It's the fear that had them in the space of being in the cycle in the first place. They're looking. It's the fear that keeps them there. And then when they see you breaking it, they're going to project that fear onto you, right? Now look what you've done. You've ruined everything, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that energy that says, like, no, 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 because the reason that the energy is in a cycle is because they are afraid, right? And so it's an unfor it's an un it is it is not it's not a fun job. It's not a fun job. It sucks. Okay. Like, I mean that with, like, all the love and appreciation in my heart for it, because the guy, like, your guy, like, that's why I hear the guys, like, the guys on the other side, they're high-fiving, right? Because, like, again, it's a dirty job. Nobody wants to do it. Like, you know, it's rough. It's rough on those streets, right? That's why it needs warriors. That's why usually those who are that's why those who break cycles are warriors, because it takes a lot of confidence in the self, right? And a lot of questioning. And a lot of questioning. And I got to tell you right now, if you question yourself every step of the way, congratulations. If you spend every moment worrying that you're doing the wrong thing, good. That's the difference between breaking something because you don't give a flying fun about it versus putting a lot of thought and consideration and pain in doing something that you would rather not do, but you know that you have to do, right? It stinks. It usually feels like, and we talked a lot about this during the Aries retrograde cycle, right? Moving with the, again, courage. Courage is what we do in the face of our fear. Courage is worrying over something. Courage is having that anxiety. Courage is someone saying, you just don't even care. And another person saying, I care all too much. I'm not making these choices because I don't care. I'm making these choices with intention, right? And I can tell you right now, like I see this connection between you and this person. And you know, I gotta tell you, like I'm gonna give you a little bit of clarity at like I see this, I can hear them. They love you. Um, they love you beyond measure, but it hurt to look at you. They love you beyond measure, but it hurt to look at you. Because I see someone, I keep on hearing them say, my life was a series of concessions, right? My life was a series of concessions, things that I told myself that I couldn't do, right? And I keep on seeing, and I need to stress this. Like this is why it's really, I need to point this out. This is why it's really important to be good with ourselves in the space and like appreciating the life we create, especially when it comes to like it's our duty. I need to point this out. It is our duty as those that create life to live a life that we celebrate. Because when we feel like we are resigned to our life and then we create life that is in a place of celebration, it can create resentment in us, right? It creates resentment. It creates that moment that we look towards another and we don't feel joy about seeing someone chase after their dreams. We feel we feel the heartbreak of the feeling of seeing that and wishing that we had done our own, you know? It's that moment that like, when we are resigned to saying to ourselves we can't, and then we see the energy around us that's moving towards their dreams. I keep on hearing the well becomes bitter, right? The bitterness sets in. The feeling of not feeling the joy, but almost feeling like one is left out and saying, "What? Like, how dare you?" Because another says, "I couldn't." Right? It's like when those moments come that it feels like we've surrendered into our life instead of living it. To see another move towards their dreams, it reopens the wound, right? And so I keep on hearing them say, like I keep on seeing someone say, like, I didn't know how to love you without hurting looking at you, because they saw the reflection in you of everything that they dreamed to be, right? And it's in that moment, and I keep on hearing the energy say, I tried to hold it back. I can almost see them saying, I tried to hold it back, but at times it got the best of me, right? I tried to hold it back, but at times it got the best of me. This is what we talk about like working through our triggers, right? Working through our blind spots, because I keep on seeing that often, and this is the thing, like sometimes when we start to build that sense of anger, the anger doesn't come from a space of like they're saying to me, like the anger doesn't come from a space of saying that another person's doing something wrong, but it feels like it triggers us because it shows us that there was another choice, right? So, and I keep on hearing like, and I keep on hearing someone that's saying to me on the other side, um, you know, I almost I hear them saying, I'm free of that now. I can hear them saying, I can hear them saying, I'm free of that now. I hear them saying like and now I see them going, I couldn't, I keep on hearing them say I couldn't do that in my life, so now I protect them with my life, right? Like it says to me, like I almost see the fact that this energy has like kind of become like some kind of guardian force, because I keep on seeing that there was something about that expansion point that I keep on hearing, like they recognize, I keep on seeing like they recognize and say that there was nothing, there was nothing that you were doing wrong beyond just being your authentic self. And I feel like that's the thing about it. If someone's just being their authentic self and another person feels like that was denied to them, I keep on hearing them say, like, I'm sorry, that was not, that wasn't something that you could help. And it just hurt me just hurt me in ways that I could not express. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like, and I feel like, again, I mean, like, I see a lot of energy, like a lot of signs. Like, that's why there's so much of this connection point to signs too. But I need to stress out there's a really important aspect to keep in mind. 19, 19 is a very important number in the fact that you have to recognize that 19 is actually one. 19 is actually the number one, right? Because you have to understand that when you combine 9 and 1, right? You get 10, and then you bring down 10 back to 1. So a lot of the path work that I see that you're kind of called or tasked upon with the number 19 is showing others a new perfect. It's showing others a different perfect. And sometimes when someone feels like something, it's like it's a lot of this like ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And what happens when someone says if it ain't broke, don't fix it? When in the moment that you show them that there's a new kind of perfect that they haven't considered, it shatters everything, right? And so they're saying that like the fact that your number is 19 is that often you've got a little bit of this conflict energy around you. It is angelic because everybody here's somebody thinking that everything's fine, and then you come along and disturb their energy. Like you disturb their opinion on fine, right? Because you help them see something from a perspective that they didn't even know was there. And sometimes this is what we talk about with triggering, which is like that expansion point. If someone isn't ready to receive it, they can sometimes try to project onto you for ruining I keep on hearing like everything was fine until you got here, but it's like it's because it's like you're not even doing anything, but it feels like it serves as a reminder to the fact that it's a choice, if that makes sense. Right? I keep on hearing you without intending to, your presence serves as a reminder that it's not just the way we do things, it's a choice at every step, right? And that can be triggering if someone isn't in a place of experiencing that in a positivity point. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Addison. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Alyssa. Alyssa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And if you get on the list for today, it'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. Well, also, we are at 39.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. Thank you guys so much. All right. Just bear with me a moment. And thank you so much, Addison, for sharing that incredible story. It's absolutely amazing. And I really appreciate that. And I know those in the collective also deeply appreciate it as well. Hi there, Mamo. Thank you for confirmation. Yeah, I'm gonna give you both readings, Ruby, because there was confusion. Yep. Awesome. Thank you, Addison. Yeah, it's heavy. Like I see so like, I keep on seeing like they're like, I've got full clarity on it now, you know? Yes, you read for my black sheep dynamic before. Thank you for confirmation, Addison. Steph. Um, I need to point out, like, if you're talking about Yeshua, you understand you talk about someone that was performing miracles and was using divination. Like, you realize Yeshua was a wizard, right? Like, you're literally saying, do not seek wizards, but I'm pretty sure you honor Yeshua. But Yeshua was a wizard. He came back to life. He performed miracles. He wrote in the sand to save Mary Magdalene. So can you explain? I'm happy to understand why Yeshua was not a wizard if you're worried about wizards. Thanks for being here, and thank you for receiving these messages as well. Hi there, Winnie. How are you doing today? I'm doing well, dear. And thank you. Welcome from Uganda. Blessings to you as well. Thank you for the follow, dear. I've had an insane amount of Ross Lynch dreams. Who's Ross Lynch? I don't even know who that is, Ruby. um, now I'm curious. Oh, October 19th is Oasis's due date. That's beautiful. Good afternoon, Joy. Addison, wow, Sin, you have such a gift. Thank you so much. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you. No, you have a gift. Like I'm look, I'm reading for you. You've got an incredible gift too, but it's a hard gift, you know. Austin. Austin Moon. He's a Disney star I grew up with. Okay, cool. I'll have to look up. I'll have to look them up. All right. Next person we're reading for today. If Alyssa isn't here, okay. Oh, okay. I'll check them out. All right. If Alyssa, I'm looking for Alyssa. If not, Ruby, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi there, Atul. Thank you for your patience. All right. And just a reminder, if anyone wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. We're also at 40K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Spirit led for Ruby, please. Highest party messages from Spirit. I keep on like, and I know I sound like a bit of a broken record here, but that's the reason I got to point this out. The reason that the reason I sound like a broken record is because someone else keeps trying to do the same thing to you. You know, and it really the thing about it is and I have to stress it. It's like it's giving me the difference. Like I keep on hearing, it's not cute, it's annoying. You know, and I keep on. You've got the ick on something, like something that you used to find sweet. You're not finding sweet anymore. Something that you would have found endearing, you just find creepy. Like it's not. I keep on seeing um, and there's something that's very interesting. Um, you've got a guy. I don't know why this guide is talking so much about the concept of um, like being or feeling like an outcast. I don't know why I keep on hearing the word outcast, which is like, you know, it's giving me it's giving me a lot of energy of recognizing or identifying. I keep on hearing somebody like, yeah, it's like I'm sorry, I've got a guide on the other side who's just going like they just can't, like they're just fed up with some stuff. They're like everywhere they go, there they are, you know? Like they're saying like it's that type of energy. Like um it's like the energy is so not aware of itself that it doesn't recognize that others don't want to engage with them because they just don't they don't trust any, like it's, ah, man, what a life. It's like it's giving me the space where it's like I keep on hearing double verification. Like there's just like there's some kind of like there's like a halo around someone because everywhere they go, everyone's like, yeah, you can't trust anything that comes out of their mouth. you know and it's funny because everyone around them has just gotten to the space of just agreeing with them. But like the thing about it is like Like it's like a lot of that, like what was that about? Like it's like somebody who's not making any sense, who's like I keep on, and I need to point this out, like they're saying even now, like just trying to get a rise, like trying to look for a reason. And here's the thing, I need to point this out, like, you know, like when and I gotta stress this, like when someone like we talk about this, like it's giving me the energy of someone who is unhinged, right? And here's the thing with energy that's unhinged is like energy that's unhinged never gets to really experience life because they don't realize that everyone around them is handling them with kid gloves, right? Like they're agreeing with them and they're like, "Wow, it's great. I'm always right." And it's like they're not always right. That is the force of someone who everyone is just decided is not worth upsetting, right? So they're like, "Whatever you say, it's giving me like it's literally giving me someone that's like, "Whatever you say, boss." Right? And they're like, "People like me." And it's like, "Whatever you say, boss." Right? And it's like that space where it's like someone is so like they think that they're pulling things like, "Look what I can get away with." And everyone's like, "Whatever you say, boss." Because they're like, it's better to like it's like they don't like the difference between I'm like the energy, it's like people aren't being nice to them. They're trying to pacify them, right? I'm like, the energy, like they're saying it's not, the energy's not nice. The energy's being pacified, you know? And when someone's trying to pacify someone, they're like, it's just not worth it. It's like just okay. Like, it's like I see the fact that like everyone tries to keep a light conversation with them, and that's why I keep on seeing the fact is that like, I feel like they're finally like, it's like the only reason I'm saying all this is because I've got a guide, like I've got a guide around, you know, like I think it's interesting because like I keep on hearing one of your guides follow, like keeps an eye on them too, because I keep on hearing them say, I keep an eye on them too because they're connected to you, but they're like, I keep on seeing like, I feel like they're saying this to a certain extent because they're just reaffirming and saying, like, they're like, if someone has shown you you can't trust anything they say, don't let anything they say affect you, right? Because I need to point this out. Like when energy, it's the same thing. When energy is looking to, um, like when energy is looking to try to engage with you, it's as much the same force of saying they'll look for any reason. Like if someone realizes they can't have a rational conversation with you, they'll look for any reason to be upset, right? They'll look like you can find I always I hear you guys saying you can find pain in anything if you dig deep enough, right? Like that's the space. Like if you're looking for injury, you can find injury in anything, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that the guy, like I feel like this guy, like you've got a guy basically saying like, you know, don't engage, like you're like you not engaging with it is its own form of protection. The bright side is bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I keep on seeing like that's why they're saying don't match energy, right? They're saying like just, like come into that, like don't get like don't try to bring logic to an illogical situation. Understand energy that, I keep on hearing that tries to upset you so that they have a reason, like it just it feels like energy that tries to create confusion in you, hoping that you'll give them like I keep on hearing it makes no sense. And the guides are going, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Right? Like the energy wants attention. They want you to try to get to the bottom of something. So it feels like it's literally they're in that space of doing things that make that just make you feel like it's like weirded out because they're hoping that it'll like I keep on seeing like it'll fit their narrative of the fact that like But I keep on hearing it's like that's why I said like don't go digging into something because something about them trying to get your attention on something and getting you to dig into something feeds their narrative, right? So there's something really important about that that's coming through, right? Like don't feel the need to put on a detective hat. Just be like, you know, like it's not my. It's like it's literally like they're saying, "Not my business" is its own kind of prayer. You know. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list, I'm still looking for Alyssa. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, it'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Hi there, Theo. How are you doing? Did you put the comment about the headphones the other day, didn't you? Yesterday, didn't you? That was fascinating. Thank you so much for sharing it. Hi there, Alyssa. How are you doing, dear? Welcome back. Oh, it's okay, dear. Well, if you want to get on the list for a dream interpretation, you're absolutely welcome to. I love doing dream interpretations. All right. I got you, dear. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? Also, we're at 41.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. A general about personal growth. I've got you, dear. All right, can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit for Elisa on personal growth. The thing about it, I feel like a lot of this work that, like a lot of the work I see that you're doing right now, um, in relationality to personal growth, it has to do, I keep on hearing, this isn't a phase, right? I keep on hearing it's not a phase, um, because it's something that I see that you're choosing to do every day. You know? There's something I keep on hearing about the fact that our practices become our habits, right? Like, and they're saying that there's something really valuable and important about that because they're saying that our practices um, become our habits, and they're saying that like it's okay if you have those moments where it feels like, I need to point this out. They're saying it's okay if you have those moments that you know you feel like you like relapse into some kind of old form of self, because I need to point this out. It's like in the moment that we identify and say like, and I feel like sometimes we have these like profound moments where we go back to doing something that we used to do all the time, and it suddenly feels unnatural, right? It feels weird. Like it feels like, it's like those moments you go, how did I do this all the time? Right? It's like those moments that like those are I keep on hearing like those are the moments we live for, because I keep on hearing like there's that sublime moment that we suddenly recognize that we don't have a taste for something. Um and it's like, and they keep on saying like it's beautiful because it's in those moments that we identify that it's like, I keep on hearing when we don't have a taste for something, it no longer has a hold on us. You know, it's not something like it's not something that's integrated with us. It's just something that like feels out of character. Um, so they're saying even now, like, be patient with yourself. Like, I keep on hearing like, and this is I keep on hearing this is why there's a lot of value. And I think that there's something really important here that they're saying. Um, and it has to do, I keep on hearing like stretching timelines, right? Like, don't, and that's why I keep on hearing, don't get mad if you go back to something. Be like, oh, look, instead of like, it was this many days, right? I wonder if I could do this many days next time. Like that space of like stretching time. It's interesting about like this. Okay, this is what, oh, this is really fascinating. They're saying that the way we break habits, remember that the way we break habits effectively is not when we just stop doing something entirely. It's when we stretch the time between relapses. They're saying, remember that the way we break habits is by stretching the time that we relapse, right? It's stretching the time that we relapse because it's not the fact that it doesn't happen or not, but it's in that space of stretching that we understand that it doesn't hold something over us because we identify like that it's not something that we do always. It's just something that we sometimes fall back on, right? So they're saying that if you have too much, if they're saying if it's too much to just stop something entirely, right? They're saying perceive it in that way, right? Don't give up. Say like, okay, that was how long I could go. I wonder if I could go like I wonder if I could go a little further next time, right? They're saying if it's too much, don't just try to stop entirely. They're saying try to stretch the relapse. Say, oh, like set like that, let that set the next goal, right? They're saying don't let it feel like you failed. They're saying that is not the failure point. They're saying think of it like running. Be like, oh look, I got that far this time. I wonder if I could go another day next time, right? Proving to yourself like how long you can go between stretches. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, yeah. Especially, and that's the thing, like don't, if you go back to it once, they're saying don't give up. They're saying say to yourself like again, they're like it's like like look at yours, like think about it, not it like they're saying think about it not like you're trying to stop something. They're saying think of it like an endurance exercise, right? Like, oh look how strong I was, I went this many days, next time I'm going to go this many days, right? And it doesn't have to be a massive amount, just a little. They're saying a little bit of progress, like a little bit of progress that goes a long way, right? So yeah, like, and they're saying like it's almost like they're saying like think of it like you're holding your breath, right? So like every time you like when you're doing it, you're like, okay, it's been all right, it's been this many days since I breathed. I bet I could go a little longer next time until finally you're like you don't even like they're saying you don't even think about it anymore, right? Until the moment that like you stop counting, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alyssa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here. It's reminding me like when I start running, like when I get back into my running routine each year, this is like how I train, right? I go a little bit and I go, okay, that wasn't great. I'm gonna go a little bit further tomorrow. Like a little bit further tomorrow, right? It's like I don't get mad at myself for stopping. It's like just set like let the stoppage point set the new milestone. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alyssa, and thank you for being a subscriber. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for, 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read on these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, happy to pull an additional card for you. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm well. Yeah, that was really interesting. Actually, had taken my dog on a night walk with my headphones a few days ago, and then I heard that and realized, it's not a good idea. Here's not a good idea. Here's the thing, and Theo, like I have chills. And I did get the apartment I wanted. Oh, I'm so glad, dear. Oh, congratulations. But to me, that's the most beautiful thing when another person gets a reading and it's a message that we also need to hear. So The reason I'm speaking towards this is because in the comments over on the place where we keep the videos, and Theo had mentioned that something that we did in the reading yesterday for another member of the collective had a personal impact point in relationality. I think you guys remember like the dream about the headphones. So that dream helped get like felt like it was a message to her to them as well. So just it goes to show that when you purchase a reading here, it's not only just for you, but it can go a long way in helping another as well. All right. We're reading now for Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, let me know. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And also, friends, we're at 42.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. No worries, Ruby. You know I'll hold the reading if we can't get to it. And Umar's, thank you for the follow. Oh, we'll do like if you're like we'll be patient for you, Ruby. Absolutely. Thank you for confirmation, Elisa. Nothing is wrong. Just working on balancing and healthy habits, and they're basically saying like don't if you fall back, like don't give up. Just say okay, this is like that's the new milestone is what I keep hearing. Thank you for receiving that message, Elisa, and thank you as well, Per. I forgot I booked a reading. I was on the phone. It's okay. We haven't got to you yet. Bridget doesn't seem to be here right now, so we're gonna actually yes. Now it's your turn, Nikki. Perfect timing. I was looking for Bridget, but we're not seeing her. So it's actually time for your reading. So your timing is perfect, and you didn't fall asleep. We weren't calling for you. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi there, Shashi. Shashi, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. We're doing personal readings right now. So if you head over to the tree that has links in it in my bio, you can send the donation over and I'll be happy to add you to the list, dear. Ooh, we're doing a past life reading. I love it. All right, can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards, please, for Nikki. Past life, this life. 2 past. Can I get 2 present, please? Thank you. The accuracy. I love when stuff like that happens. All right. Oh. I mean, I'm not surprised to see that. I mean, like this is big. Hold on a minute. I gotta unpack this. Give me a sec. You know, the thing about it that's like I don't know why they're saying this, and this isn't something that typically comes through a lot. Um, like when I do past life readings, which is like, and that's the thing that's funny. Like you know, it I think it's funny because often like when you have past life readings and someone says like, "Oh, I was like this person, that person," it's like I often do past life readings. I'm like, "You're just a guy." Like I just like I walk them through, but like there's something like there's like it's about the like the one thing they're saying like it's not that not just a guy, but it's like it's not necessarily someone who is recognized. You know what I mean? Like it's not this. It's a space of saying that like. There was something about your passing that was noteworthy, you know? Like it had a big impact on on a lot of people. Like I just see like I see like a lot like I keep on seeing like a lot of people in a cathedral, like in some kind of like space, you know? Like I keep on hearing something about being like I keep on hearing things like akin to like national treasure, in some way, shape, or form. Like that's why I'm surprised, because I don't typically have like readings like this coming through. You know what I mean? Like there was like I keep on hearing like they mourned you, but when I keep on hearing like they mourned you, like I hear like they mourned you because you stood for something. You know what I mean? Like it feels like it feels like you were like in some kind of space that um like I keep on like I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing things like um you know like and the thing about it, and I gotta stress this, like that's the thing about it, because I keep even seeing now it's something about you. It's funny because they're saying that the reason that they're bringing this up right now has to do with the space. It's actually created a space in you in this life where I don't see you being someone that's like racing. I keep on hearing, I don't see it. I feel like it's created some kind of complicated relationship between you and I keep on hearing being recognized. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's like there's some kind of like recognition wound that you've carried through here, because it feels like to me, and this is what I see about it, like something about that past life was because you were a symbol. I keep on hearing you were a symbol of something. You couldn't do anything. It sucked. Like that's the thing about it. Like the thing that I keep on seeing and I keep on hearing, like the problem, I keep on hearing like I hear the past life saying that the thing about being a symbol is it sucked, because they're saying that it sucked because like while there was like a lot of energy that knew you, you felt very confined by that. It felt like I keep on feeling like it says to me, like I keep on hearing I had to live my life behind a wall. I was too like I'm a treasure. Great, like I keep on hearing them say, you know what you do with treasures? You lock them up. Like you hear the energy going. It's not. You know what you do with treasures? You lock them up. Like you don't let anything happen to them. You know what I mean? Like I can see, like this is the thing about it. They're like, yeah, it's like I hear keep on going. Like the thing about being a treasure is that everybody knows you and it sucks. Is what I keep hearing. And so they're saying that there's something about this here where you're very much like, and that's what I think is you're very much from a personality perspective, you are very much living, and I need to stress this. Sometimes we come back and we haven't changed profoundly, right? Like I see the fact that I keep on hearing you came back to kind of be the person you were, but not fettered. I keep on hearing not fettered by the legacy of who you were. So I keep hearing you came back here to get to be the person that you were, right? Of who you are, like who you were then, but not fettered by the legacy of who you were then, right? Like it's like you get I keep on hearing I actually get to live my life this time is what I keep hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like I that's what I mean. If you have these issues, or like you get like really like high strung if people recognize you and you don't know why. If someone's always like you look familiar and you're like no I don't. Like, I don't know if this somehow triggers you. You know what I mean? If you feel like you're cringing away from someone being like no you look really familiar, and you're like why does that make me so worried? They're saying to a certain extent like there's still something about that like past version of self that's like oh no they found me. Oh no they found me. No no no, right? Like it's a lot of that, like it says to me that there's like it's actually funny because I feel like there's some kind of space there where it's like it feels like it's clumsy because you're like I can see you being like I almost hear like a nervous laugh being like no, but like maybe like like there's something about that here. It's interesting because I keep on hearing, like, I don't know why they're saying that your face might share a lot of similarity to theirs, right? Like someone being like, you look like, like you look a lot like them, kind of thing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you, if I'm going in the right light, and if the message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Bridget. If Bridget isn't here, if Bridget isn't here, the next person we're reading for is Atal. And Atal, if I'm saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. I'm also going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. It's really not necessary for you to provide me your birthday, Atul. Can you let me know? But thank you. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. It is also, we are at, hold on a minute. We are at 42.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 52 in no time, and 50K in no time. So Shashi, I actually have offered a free reading today. If you go back on this feed, you'll find a free collective reading that's over an hour long. That is for those who cannot afford a personal reading. And also, very frequently, those who are in this live will often find messages in others' readings that are in alignment to them as well. I hope that helps. So thank you so much. All right. Hi there from South Africa, Shamilia. And thank you for the follow, dear. All right, taking a moment to read over some of the questions that came through as I was reading. Okay. I know you didn't fall asleep this time. I'm excited. I see. Yeah, the 3 of swords, like, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it says to me, it keeps, like, I keep on hearing it was the pain of being precious, right? It says to me, like, I keep on hearing someone say the pain of being precious created a half-life. And that's why I keep on seeing someone like you coming back was like, I don't want to change a thing. I just don't want the weight of that on me, you know? Thank you for thank you for the compliment, Neon. I've been caught. Exactly. It's like, don't, like, oh, look at me. Don't look at me. Look at me. Don't look at me. Not that much. I always thought I had a very unique look or face. So that's very intriguing. I mean, again, I keep on hearing like your past life, there's some kind of similarity in the face, and they're like they like the anxiety of them being recognized is still there in some way. I was celebrating. Yeah, here's the thing, like it was like I see the fact that they're saying to me, it was like, I keep on saying, like I keep on seeing someone, I keep on hearing them say it wasn't all it was cracked up to be, you know? Like it's like when someone when everybody holds you too precious, when you represent something, you can't do anything, right? It's like you can't do anything. It's like, "Ah," it's like that's the thing about it. Okay, I've got you, dear. Okay, so can I please get, we've already got one of your cards out here, Atul. Can I please get 3 more cards for Atul? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Wow, these cards are coming out in very interesting positions. I feel like there's something really important about this year in relationality to bridge building. You know, this is like 2025 is a bridge building year. And I keep on seeing it's like and I kind of want to prepare you for this because I want to say, like, I keep on hearing on the surface, right? In terms of like what one can see, it may not feel like a lot is happening, right? It may not feel like there's a lot of like big shifts that are happening, but they keep on saying to me that in relationality to building connections, building relationships, planting seeds, like building those ideas in terms of context, in terms of like what can happen, this is going to be a very important year, right? And that's why I keep on seeing like, um, I don't know why this is coming through, but like there's something that's coming through that's very important, um in like I keep on seeing, how do I explain this? It's like I keep on hearing some kind of like, and that's why I keep on hearing it's building bridges in order to break ground. Like I'm hearing it is a time of building bridges in order to break ground, right? So they're saying like again, like all of that work, it feels like there's a lot of this space in terms of articulating and talking about what those plans are. And like I keep on seeing like bringing others on board in the process. Now one of the things about this that I keep on stressing is, you know, I feel like there might be a move that is happening, you know. It feels like I almost see that there might be some kind of opportunity that is opening up to you. But the reason I keep on hearing like this is the year of planting seeds and big decisions, and the fact that there's a bridge is because it says to me that there's some kind of like, I see something that's happening here, some kind of conversation that you're having about the fact that like that something that you do would be better done in a different location, because I keep on hearing that um like where you are now, I keep on hearing it's like the difference between feeling like where you are now, you're just one of many, right? You're just like, you're like one of many options, like not in a space of being recognized or seen, right? Versus having some kind of big shift and being able to be unique, because there aren't, I keep on hearing there aren't as many around a certain like location that can do what you can do, right? And that's what I keep on seeing that's happening here. But it feels like a big decision. It feels like something, and it feels like a decision that's not entirely in your hands as well, because I'm almost recognizing, identifying that it feels like you have to bring some energy that's with you on board in the process. Like it's like it says to me like it's like a big, like I keep on hearing like some kind of big decision that you're making. The positive about it is like, you know, I see like if you come into that space, I feel like, you know, whatever those changes are, they're going to bring you into a space of feeling, I keep on hearing feeling like your voice is heard, feeling like you are appreciated. I keep on hearing like, and this is why I keep on seeing that this is the bridge building time, because they're saying even now that it's there's something big that is happening as it relates to building connections right now, making those introductions, that is leading to a culmination point where you go from being one of many to like standing out, you know, to coming into some kind of position where um like like being being kind of the like the authority on something in a place, or being the only person that does something, right? But that's why I keep on seeing like this is why it feels like a big decision, because it feels almost like that it's requiring like, and it almost might feel like it's a bit like it's like returning back to something to a certain extent, you know? It's like return I almost feel like it's returning back to something, but suddenly realizing that something that you have learned or like somewhere else now makes you stand out, right? It's like you had to go somewhere to learn something, and it feels like it was hard to get, like I keep on hearing it was hard to stand out in the crowd, to suddenly going back to some place and being the like and being a powerhouse. You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing like that's what they're saying. They're saying the bridge is going from a space where it felt like it was hard to stand out in the crowd to moving to a location where suddenly you're the powerhouse, right? Bottom of the deck. Um, I feel like there's something, I think that I know you said to keep it as a professional reading, but I also see that it feels to me like this is also some kind of work that I see you doing to a certain extent in terms of setting intentions on the personal, like on the personal journey, you know? And I feel like there's something about that as well that is saying to me that you're effectively recognizing or identifying, um, like a lot of this work that I see is you kind of learning some kind of path work that it's okay to admit when you need help with something, right? Like I actually feel like it's interesting when I hear like that bridge being built. They're saying that it's not just a professional bridge, it's also some kind of bridge in your ability to communicate, like being more receptive to hearing what others have to say, but also being able to communicate effectively as well, right? Because I do feel like there's a lot of authenticity that's opening up to you in this path work this year, but it's helping you recognize that you don't have to be perfect all the time, you know? Like it's not about being perfect. It's about being sincere, you know? And that's the thing, like I see you kind of letting go of that need to feel like you have to, like it's like in that ability of being sincere, like they're saying in the ability of being sincere, you become perfect. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Atul. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we are reading for today. I'm still looking for Bridget. If Bridget isn't here, we are looking, Ruby, you'll be the next person on the list for today. I'm also going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Just reading over. Should I continue? Rose, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list in relationality to what you're experiencing. I will always stress this. A good reading is never going to tell you what you should do, right? We do not remove our autonomy in a space of a healthy reading. My readings will give you a determination point on what you're experiencing, what you need to know to be able to make the determination and decision that you feel is in your best, for your best, like for your best purpose and for the best purpose of those that you care about. But I always just want to point out that you should never ask, like you should never come into a space where you ask another like what those choices are, right? And a good reader is just going to tell you kind of what you're experiencing and navigating to keep in mind as you make those determinations for yourself. That said, if you'd like to have a reading, I'm happy to read for you. All you need to do is send the donation payment via the link in my bio, and I'm happy to draw cards on that. Thank you so much, High Priest, for the follow. Yes, I keep getting that bridge building and bridge builder message. Oh, let that serve as further confirmation on your own messages today. And again, Rose, I'm happy to read for you, but please don't spam the comments by repeating your question. It's not polite to those who are trying to communicate in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, Atul. Thank you for confirmation. I got to run. Thanks again. You're so welcome, Nikki. Yeah, we can add, I'm definitely down to dive into that deeper in another reading. Again, Rose, I'm going to ask you to please not continue to spam the comments with your question. If you do so, you will be muted. I can sense what you want to convey, but I feel like that, like that, like here's the thing about it, like it's hard because I see, like it feels to me like it's feeling like this is a year that's requiring you to kind of step out of your comfort zone, right? It's like it's giving me a little bit of this like big risk, big reward thing, but it also doesn't, I need to point out, it doesn't feel so much like a risk. It just feels like a big change. You know what I mean? And Areli, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. Thank you for the compliment, Atul. I do the best that I can, and I'm so glad that these messages helped. And thank you for having that reading with me. And I wish you the best of luck on your journey. We are going to do one cards, Matthew. Good to see you today. We're not there yet. Okay. 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 This is fun because I don't know who this person is, but I love the fact that we're going to read on them. I love to see. Absolutely. Hi there, Haifa. And again, if I'm saying your name incorrectly, please always feel free to correct me. I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. You can find the donation link via my profile. Hi there, and Theo. Astrocartography can help a person find a place where they can be successful based on planetary lines. Absolutely. Jupiter, midheaven, Sun, midheaven, Venus, midheaven, part of the fortune, or North Node lines are good for career. I got to tell you, I got to just tell you, like, that stuff's so true. Like, I did one recently, not recently, it was like a year ago. And they kept on telling me I should go to Iceland. I went to Iceland, and I got to tell you, everything in Iceland should be the opposite of what I like. It was cold. I hate the cold. It was expensive. I loved it. I would go back in a heartbeat. It was like the best place. I am so down with the astrocartography. Iceland is my happy place. It was amazing. It was like being in fairyland. And it was ridiculous because I hate being cold. It's the coldest place I've ever been. The fact that I liked it so much, like the fact that it's like I still want to go back is like shocking. But that's the thing. I was like, yeah, I can't explain it either, but here we are. Um, okay. I cannot I cannot remember. But I follow them on this app. So what I will do is I will they're here on this app. I actually did, like, I paid for a reading. I will see if I can get their information, and tomorrow when I come on the live, I'll be sure to have it with me. It's really magical. It's like, you're like, yeah, fairies, like, oh no. Yeah, like, I get it. Like, I get it. This is what happens when you're polite to the nature spirits. Like, it could be like this everywhere, you know? You know? You had it done at we probably had it the same person. It's I can't remember their name. They were great. They're on here all the time. That's why I'm mad at myself because I love promoting those who like I've had good readings with. All right. We're doing we're doing a dream interpretation for Ruby. Yep. Trolls, yes, and the Hulda folk. All right. Yes, yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it was. Yeah, just that's it, Bridget. Yep, you got it, Bridget. You're also on the list for a reading, dear. You got an extra card coming. We're going to do Ruby's reading now, though, too. Also, friends, we're at 45K. If you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a perfect time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. So the list is nice and short right now. If you would like to get a reading. All right. And just bear with me as I do. Okay. So basically, Ruby, we're doing a reading right now on why this figure is appearing in your dreams. Okay. I'm Kylene. I'm very happy to answer any questions, but if the question is reading related and you would like to have a reading, all you need to do is send the donation payment. But if there's something you wanted to ask me, by all means, feel free to do so. Okay. All right. So we're going to do a dream interpretation as to why this energy is popping up in your dreams. And can I please have 4 cards for Ruby, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Oh, I get it. I keep on hearing something that's saying, I want to love like that. Um, you know, there's something. I keep on hearing that there's something about that, like they're coming through to me, and it's interesting that you said like the key to this is the fact that you articulated the fact that there's a childhood connection here, right? There's something really valuable and important that I'm seeing right now in relationality to the feeling of safety or security that this energy generated within you when you were younger. That is, and I keep on hearing it's very important. It's helping it, like they're saying to me that, and I feel like it's interesting because it's a guide reading. It's like a reading that is being kind of, it was like brought to you um, through. Okay, this is complicated. Okay, hold on a minute. It's a guide reading that was being brought towards you, um, but helping you recognize, um, like, and it's interesting because I keep on hearing angelic energy, right? Um, and they're saying to me that the difference between, and they're using it, um, like they're using it as like a point and counterpoint between what you've experienced thus far versus what something healthy should feel like, right? And they're saying to me the difference, and I think that there's something about this because something that's interesting about it is I see the fact that there's something about this energy that's not perfect, right? But I keep on hearing the difference between someone that says, and I keep on hearing this, um, and this is really interesting. I don't know where this is coming through, but they're saying the difference between someone that says, um, I'm a work in progress versus someone that says it only gets worse from here, right? Like the difference, I keep on hearing the energy that says like there's something, I don't know why they're saying that there's something about, I don't know, and again, I don't know this figure, or how you like how that, but I'm just reading through the energy of what I'm seeing here. The fact that they weren't perfect, but they were trying to be, right? That there was something about the articulation of them, something about what you were seeing them do, the process of them learning something along the way, the process of introspecting on something to be able to improve, right? Like that a lot of that work, and that's why it's interesting, and that's why they're saying that it was actually like an angelic energy coming towards you in the form of that figure, because they're saying that like a lot of that energy is working in the context of, understanding that you're not looking for someone, like you're not looking for a relationship that is ideal, but you're looking for someone that, um, you know, I keep on hearing a self-awareness. I keep on hearing a self-awareness that is focused upon self-improvement, versus what you've been experiencing, which is a keen situational awareness that tries to like take advantage of what's going wrong, right? Like that's what they're actually saying to me. Like they're showing like they're utilizing it as a comparison point, because remember, and I think the way I need to stress this is, you'll recall how I said that there's like you'll recall I said that there's a lot of this oppositional force energy that we're experiencing right now between the Venus retrograde cycle and the Virgo full moon, right? The energy that says like just accept it, I'm always like this, I can't do anything about it, right? Versus the energy that says, you know I'm not perfect, but I'm constantly trying to work to get better, right? um there's you know I think that there's something really beautiful about it, because I feel like the guides brought forth that connection because something about that energy has a connection to a heart opening point, or it's helping you in the dream space heal your heart chakra by giving you a point of comparison versus like what you experienced, versus like what you held in high esteem, like what you saw in them, right? That you are seeking. Um, and that's really, I got to say that other part again because they're saying it was really important. Like they're saying the difference between an energy that is constantly looking towards their flaws so that they can come to a point of improvement, like let these flaws become facets, and they're saying like something about that, right? That says like it's like not too much to ask for someone to try to, like, asking, like it's not so much to ask, it's like it's not too much to ask someone that's trying to be perfect to try, because someone that's perfect is always trying, like, or like that's the thing, the act of being perfect is the act of trying, versus energy that tries to make you feel like you're like that try, like I keep on hearing situational awareness of how to move something in their favor, right? The energy that's not necessarily trying to improve upon something, but that's why I keep on hearing the energy you're leaving behind that looks at a situation and goes, how can I make this work worse? Like, how can I take advantage of this? You know what I mean? Like, how can I, like, I found a flaw in the system. How can I exploit it? It's like that kind of thing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like with the strength card, because they're saying that, like, it is like, um, you know, new template, new strength. Like this is why they said to me it's heart healing, because there's something about the way, again, we talked about this. A healthy manifestation does not require one to feel like you disassociate in order to move towards it. With like the unhealthy energy of the past, the energy that's like I found a flaw in the system. How can I like the situational awareness, the situation that you're leaving behind was someone with situational awareness that was always trying to move something into a space that they took advantage of, right? Like like that is the energy that was like making you feel like you had to be strong because you had to close your heart in the process of moving towards them, right? It wasn't a safe space for your heart to be open, because like you can't show vulnerability to someone like that. They're like, oh good, your heart is vulnerable. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can't, it's not safe. um you know Versus the energy that when someone is always in that space of, again, perfect is not being perfect, perfect is trying to move towards perfection, because that's the energy that looks at a situation or circumstance, not so much in what they can get from it, but what they have to give to it, right? So I keep on seeing that it's interesting because something about the dream was supposed to be a lesson in relationality to the power of real strength. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things that do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but my friends were already at 46.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. All right. Hold on a minute. I would like a reading at you at some point in kind, but it's so Kylene again. If you're asking for a personal reading, like even, and I need to point out, tarot does not typically. It's not about. It's like a personal reading. You have to send a donation if you'd like to get on the list. I'll also point out you can have a reading if you give the gift of a baby dragon. You can also get on the list if you'd like, you can go over to, I do a free hour reading pretty much every day that is available as well. So, and if you become a subscriber, like if you hit my name, if you hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, you're also entitled to a free 1 card reading each day. I hope that helps, and I wish you the best of luck in winning in taking that test. Dom and Michelle, that's it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you, Bridget. Yes, that's who it was. I was going to say it was them and their partner. It's Dom and Michelle. Yeah, they absolutely amazing astrocartography reading I had with them. I didn't have cable, so it was my go-to cousins every weekend to watch him. I just thought it was so funny because he's touring this month. Yeah. And he announced that he's been going through a breakup too, right? So again, there's something about that it says to me it's like some connection point in, like they keep on saying, the energy of masculine that understands the value of trying, right? Instead of trying to change, right? Trying to take, I keep on saying, like trying to take, trying to take advantage of a situation to their own ends versus actually wanting to change, like arrive. Like, how can I arrive? How can I be my best version of self? He's just always seemed like a healthy person, and I've always admired him. Exactly. So they're saying to a certain extent, like again, the guides are kind of like, and remember, it's like helping you remember that feeling. Because a good manifestation, right? A good manifestation is not what we get on the other side of it, it's how we feel. So the guys were kind of creating that, bringing them forward to you. So I keep on hearing they were trying to help you get hooked on a feeling by saying, like, remember how you felt when you looked at them. You know, that's what the energetic energy of the divine counterpart will feel like, you know? And Edward, thank you for the follow. Well, I mean, I think that one of the things that's happening there is, um, there's a lot to unpack with that question that you asked. So there could be a few different things that are occurring in that space. And I think that the thing that you keep on saying is when you say, "How can I stop it?" Um, you have to recognize and identify that. Um, there could be a few different reasons why you may be seeing things in that way. If you're telling me that you're having an ability where you are seeing things before they happen, that can often be indicative of some kind of extrasensory perception, being able to kind of see ahead of time. Now, if you want it to stop, if that's something that doesn't feel like it's supportive to you, if it doesn't feel like it's creating a space of you feeling healthy within it, you can always, you know, You can ask guides to take back gifts if you don't feel like it's supportive. But there is a lot of contemplation that you could do in the context of asking your guides, why are you being shown things of that nature, right? I'm also happy to do a reading for you if you'd like to get on the list, dear, and sending you support on that journey. You're so welcome, Ruby. It makes sense. Hi there, Unbridled. How are you doing today? All right, the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, we already got one card out, Bridget. um, I feel like this card pot has been popping out a lot for you recently too. Oh, you got all your cards out. All right, just let me. Okay, highest priority. You got you. I was going to draw 2 cards. You got 3 cards out. You're going like listen. You're going through a lot of like. There's a lot. You're going through a shift right now. There's a lot of transformation energy around you. You know, and like the thing about it is, and I gotta like. The one thing I would say is like I often see this sometimes. Like you know, don't get overwhelmed right now if it feels like there's a lot of things coming at you at once, right? Like the guides are being really clear about this. They're saying, remember that everything can get done in the context of the prioritization of, I keep seeing, you know, I keep on hearing, you don't have to say no to anything. Everything can get done in the prioritization and time, right? Prioritization and time. And so that's why I keep on seeing if someone's coming towards you right now and they're like, yes or no, like in or out, it almost says like that in itself should be a reason to say, like, what's the holdup? Like, why are you in such a rush? Right? Because things that are consistent, like I keep on hearing, like, I don't know why they're saying this, or like I'm willing to offer you this, but only for like a day. You know what I mean? Like 4 hours or it's gone. Like, you know what I mean? Like that type of stuff. Like sometimes that can be our own no thank you, you know? Like recognize if someone is trying to create like a sense of urgency in you that is unnecessary, that like doesn't make any logical sense, you know? Because that in itself, like someone coming towards you in that way, like that can be your own reason of saying like no thank you. Because I keep on hearing, remember, energy that wants something consistent with you isn't going to feel the need to rush a process, right? They're not going to say things like, I need a decision now, right? They're not going to put you in a space of feeling like everything is an ultimatum, right? Um, and it's like, and I keep on being like, and I think it's always wild when someone comes towards us in that way, because it's like, well, why are you being like that? It's like, because you're insisting on how it has to be, right? Like when someone's in that space that they're like, are like, it's in that moment that like we recognize that it feels like a power struggle, because even in the space that like someone comes towards us, instead of saying like, look, like this is what I think would be best, but I'm open to ideas, like I'm open to explore other avenues if you have one, right? Like that moment that someone says like, this is what I can offer you, take it or leave it, you know like sometimes we just want to say like, I'll leave it, because you don't recognize that, like, what you're asking for isn't, like, recognize if someone, like, recognize if someone is trying to get something from you by making you feel like you're missing out on the opportunity of a lifetime, is what I keep getting, right? And that's why, and I think it's, and I keep on hearing, good energy doesn't hold themselves hostage, right? Like good energy doesn't hold themselves hostage, which is like, if you want to see me, like the only day you can see me, like, okay, you want to see me Saturday, this time at this class. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's weird. You know what I mean? It's a power struggle, right? It's someone being like, only on my terms, be like, then no terms at all, right? Like it's like it's literally like, wow, you know, it's like on like it's like the difference between someone that comes towards you on bended knee versus someone being like, I will not bend the knee. Like, you know what I mean? Okay. Okay. Yeah, like sometimes I gotta tell you, like, there's nothing. I gotta point this, and the guides are kind of laughing. There's nothing funnier than like when someone shows their slip. You know what I mean? And what do I mean by like someone showing their slip? Which is like someone doing something, and it's like they're just like, this is very you, like this is very you right now. You know what I mean? Like it's very like the telltale signs of you are there. And like it's almost like that moment, like it almost feels like it feels like someone trying to come towards you with like in a new approach, but it's not a new approach. It's the same exact thing in like a different disguise. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing, but like with new words, like someone who's like, it's like oh, you've learned some new words, but it's the same thing but with new words is what I'm getting. Oh, it's like, oh, you picked up a dictionary. Okay, it's no, it's like it's like it almost feels like someone, like it almost feels like someone who wants to like wave their healing in front of you. And I'm gonna reiterate, when we're in a healthy space, when like we're truly healing, we don't try to hurt others by telling them like how great we're doing, right? We don't need to like, I keep on hearing, like we don't need to show it off. You know what I mean? Like we don't need to shake our tail feathers. It feels like someone coming around you that like says that they've got like they want to heal, like it's like tell like the difference between someone that like truly wants to heal something versus someone that wants to like shake their tail feathers and make you kind of feel jealous about how far they've come, right? Like, that's what I mean. Like it's like, just be like, don't match energy. Thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 21 or more, 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Um, I will also, oh, guys, we also hit our 50K milestone. Yay! We're going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. Before we continue to our next reading, I will be doing that giveaway, but first I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. Soon to be the third. So if you'd like to get on the list before you'll become the third, go ahead and get on it now. All right. Hi there, I'm bridled. Yes, I've experienced that before. Thank you for confirmation, Bridget. I have a family that likes to project their trauma on me a lot. Sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. Like there's no worse than mine kind of thing. Well, if you were here earlier for that like cycle breaker energy, you know, it's a lot of that like, like whatever, waving their healing in front of me. Am I weird to think that it could be a good thing? What do you mean by, I mean, I'm always like, haha, have more trauma. Yeah, exactly. What do you mean? I'm interested what you mean by like thinking it's a good thing. It could be a good thing. Well, I mean, I got to point this out. Like, honestly, and I think that one of the things we see here is like, you know, I keep on and this has been something, no. So I need to point this out, Addie. And like, this is like what we were seeing to a certain extent, which is like paying attention to the difference right now is key, right? Because one of the things that we've been seeing is that moving into union right now. We see that there's a lot of spaces, and coming through in the work that an apology is a plan, right? Like when we're truly coming towards another with an apology, it's not just about articulating how we feel. We articulate like what we feel like we can do to improve something. And we also see, and the confluence of that's happening is we see that a lot of energy right now is holding on to apologies. There's a lot of energy right now that's moving into divine union, that's utilizing discernment to recognize the lesson that sometimes when we get something off our chest, something that would feel good, it might create a wound of another in the process. So I see a lot of energy right now trying to recognize whether an apology is something that would actually heal or if it might create more harm. That's why I said right now it's very important to know the difference between someone that's trying to come towards another with a sense of authenticity, trying to express something in the state of hoping to rebuild in some way, shape, or form, versus energy that may be feeling more like they're coming through the guise of saying that they want to heal something, but they're not bringing a plan with them. They just want to tell someone. They're like, look at look how good I'm doing. Look how far I've come, right? It's a lot of that energy, and this is like the indulgence of some of this energy now, which is why we kept on seeing the fact that it's a recognition point that when we heal, we don't need to tell others about it, right? Like when we truly want to heal, we come into the space of saying, like, look, like like the difference between someone saying like I want to get like I want to tell you something and this is what I hope to like build from it, right? Like the end, the apology that is a plan versus someone saying like I want to talk to you and being like, how you doing? I've healed. Okay, what do you mean I've healed? I'm so much better now. Look how great my life is. And you're like, right, what is like, you know what I mean? Like it feels like those moments of being like good for you. You know, it's like it's not, it's like that energy. It's like it's very like there's a difference if you understand what I mean. Exactly. Healing is not a show on Broadway. Tap to claim. Yep. Yes, authenticity versus mask. An apology is a plan, right? It's not just showing it off, right? You don't show off an apology. There's corrective action in terms of what it is you want to build and grow from it, right? So, all right. But as I mentioned, we are going to give away that 50K reading right now. Hi there, Jay. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for joining us. All right. So, what I'm going to do right now is I am going to think of a number between. You don't have to apologize about ain't. No, it's like it's a good word. It's a totally good word. Thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, so what we're gonna do right now is I am going to think of a number between that's a good one. I'm going to think of a number between 1 and 58. First one I see today, first person I see who posts a number will get the reading. Remember, first person I see, not first person that posted. Sometimes I see things in order. Then you guys see, like, post. Nope, 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 nope. Bean! Congratulations, Bean. You got the 50K. We'll be doing that again when we get to 100K, and we've got 4 spots left today. Actually, the list I can take maybe no, list is closed. All right. Thank you guys so much. Hi there, Dada. What are you apologizing for, silly? What are you apologizing because like? Thank you for sharing the live, dear. Oh, it's okay. I hope the move's been going well. I listen. Some of the most traumatizing stuff we can navigate. I'm holding you in light. Okay. 44. All right. Congratulations, Bean. All right. So next person we're reading for today is Danae. So we're going to do Danae and Bean's reading, and then we're going to get to 1 card readings for subscribers. Oh, I really appreciate that, Dada. Thank you. It means a lot to me. All right. Danae, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I've got you, dear. I'm having some serious, okay, I'm inclined to fight the situation to, hold on, we're not doing the 1 cards yet. Maybe make a change, or if it's a waste of time. I've got you, dear. Okay, Can first of all, I'm sending you so much support, and it sounds extremely difficult. Can I get 4 cards for today? I'm going to give you, like, here's the thing. I'm going to give you a lot of the same messages that we're seeing right now, in relationality to, like, we got to talk a little bit about this energy right now. Okay. And I think that, like, there is, like, I want to say the one thing I'm seeing, like, the overarching message that's coming through right now is, don't do something in a moment that you feel energetically triggered that you might regret later. Because I see, I see something here, like, I see even here, like, I see something right now. Recognize if someone's trying to trigger you, right? And this is what we say about it. Like, listen, like, if someone's trying to trigger us, we don't give them the luxury of matching energy. Because when we match energy, all we do is tell someone, like, I can get anything out of you by just giving you, like, by just provoking you, right? Like, that's the energy that says, like, I can bring you into the energetic space that I want you to be by being my worst. Like, I feel like there's a lot of this work that they're saying, do not make an example, lead by example, right? And you're totally right. It feels like someone is trying to intentionally provoke you. Like, I can see it. But that's why, again, I need to point this out. When we recognize that someone's energetically trying to provoke us, we do not give them the luxury of doing so, right? If someone's trying to provoke us, they want us to look like we are the hostile one. They want us to be in a space where we're being reactive, right? It's not to say, like, listen, it's not fair. It's not fair when we have situations like that. But our ability to kind of meet and like, recognize that, um, you know, it's we can, I keep on seeing, articulating upon where your standards are, right? Being clear about where those standards are without being triggered. I see even now, I keep on hearing triggering but not triggered, right? Triggering but not triggered. Observant, right? And they're saying that one way, like, they're saying, like, one way that you can usually navigate whether something is triggered or something or not is by asking a question. You know, like, they're saying, be very, and they're, I need to point this out, like, a good way to tell if someone's is if someone was trying to just trigger us, or whether there was, like, a conscientious reason, is by saying to someone, like like coming towards them from a space, like, I keep on seeing, um like, instead of being triggered, ask a question, right? Coming into a space of making them kind of like, say, like, why would you choose to do that, right? And if they get confounded there, if they can't find a logical reason, you know. Now, if this has already occurred, again, I keep on hearing it's really important to allow for a moment for a cooler head to prevail, right? Because the one thing that we need to recognize right now, and here's the thing with this energy, is we've been talking a lot about this. We've got all of this energy pushing into Aries right now, right? So everybody's feeling really irritable. Everyone's got headaches. Air energy is really dry. And then we've got, like, it's a lot of that, like, nobody's got any patience. And then we've got a lot of irritation that's happening right now with Uranus and Taurus. It's like just feeling like everything is, like, you know, very easy to want to project that on others or want to overcorrect and get too hard on the self. Because at the same time that we're experiencing all of that right now, we've got the Venus in retrograde, which makes everything look worse than it is, right? Combined with the Virgo full moon that wants everything to be perfect. So I keep on hearing like your anchor word right now is proportion, right? Like if someone says, why did you react to that? You can say, I feel like I reacted because it was proportionate to what I was receiving, right? And that's like that moment that you say I wasn't being triggered. I was trying to meet a situation with the proportion that it was requiring. Now, they are saying that there's something, the nice thing about the energy that we're experiencing right now is it is incubation energy. It's really good energy to build a plan. It's really good energy if you've had a plan in place to want to activate upon it. But what we want to be really careful and conscientious about right now is feeling a lot of this intensity and then making a split-second decision that feels really, really good in the moment, right? And then once we come out of this eclipse energy and the cooler head starts to prevail, we go, oh no, what have I done? So I'd say that in relationality to this, if this is something that you've been meaning, like if this is a situation that you've been meaning to move away from some time, and this feels like the moment, then I'd say by all means, that could be something that would be good for you to kind of utilize. But, and hear my but here. If this is something that has just come over you, if this feels like something that has just come out of the blue, the way we tell the difference between an idea during eclipse cycles, the difference between a good egg and a bad egg, right? A good idea and a bad idea is if we sit on it. You give it a minute. Give it a minute. Allow the idea to incubate, right? To understand if it feels like something that is positive for you or if it just feels like something that you're feeling in the moment because of all of this extra pressure that we're experiencing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it feels to me like some kind of like there was. I got to tell you the thing with this. Like, here's the thing about it: these eclipse cycles, the molehill becomes a mountain. Something small becomes big. If there's eclipses, never bring something there that wasn't there, but it'll take something that is problematic and it will amplify it, right? It'll like feel like it puts a big microscope on it until it's all we can see. So I keep on hearing be solution focused, not problem driven, right? Don't focus on blame. Focus on what can be productive moving forward, right? And again, like that space, like I keep on saying, let that space of productivity help steer you right now, because I am seeing, it does feel to me like there is some kind of energy here that you're moving away from, but they're saying better to do it in the space of having a plan than to do it in then like make sure you're not doing something in a fit of passion that you may kind of regret later by saying, I wish I took more time, right? I wish I like I wish I was like there I wish there was something I did with a little bit more like easement. Thank you so much for having that reading with me today. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Oh, you already gave them the luxury. Oh, it's okay. It's a lot of Aries energy, dear. It's all right. It's a lot of Aries energy. All right. I am feeling heavily triggered. Mars is still in Cancer and barely moving, which is called, yeah, that's, well, here's the thing. So like Pisces, we've got, and it's really hard for those with Pisces placements right now, because those with Pisces placements, like the abandonment wounds being triggered like crazy right now. Mars is in Cancer, and then all the other planets are in Mars's house. So like Mars just woke up and he's soaking wet and everybody's in his house. He's like, it's not great. 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 It's like it's a lot of this like FO energy. But that's why we have to anchor through it. No, and that's why I said the Virgo full moon's also an eclipse. So it's like it's a perfect storm of emotions right now, which I keep telling everyone, don't get triggered. Be logical too. I had the flu, a breakup. Oh my gosh, and death. Oh, Rosa, I'm sending you so much support on that. That is, I got. Listen, that Leo full moon in February, I kept on reading for it. It was bringing everyone to their knees, spiritually, emotionally, or physically. All right. So the one thing I am going to ask right now, hold on a minute, is Bean. I recognize. I know that you had the winning reading. I would like to ask if it would be possible for us to hold that reading until tomorrow. You can be the first one on the list for tomorrow so that I have time to be able to accommodate the one card readings today. I deeply appreciate it, and I'll also include an additional card in that reading as a thank you for your patience. All right, let me just read over Danae here. Maybe making a change is a waste of time and a make change for all. I'm feeling I can see the trigger for good reason. It's a good, yeah, you should feel triggered. It feels like it's triggering. I already gave them the luxury. It's okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you for those gifts, 8-8. I've been feeling like something needs to be done so no more people suffer these issues. So that's why I said that kind of work right now, right? Building into the space of incubating an idea, building a plan. If this is you kind of moving away from something, like building the pathwork of what that exit looks like, beautiful energy for that. But don't do something that would feel good in the moment that you might regret. Okay. Thank you for the compliment, Danny. Yep. Mars hates being, I know Mars hates being in Cancer, and Mercury hates being in Pisces. Well, the thing is, Mercury is in Mercury's in Aries right now, but Mercury is almost entirely on top of Venus. And we're also in a Mercury retrograde pre-shadow period. The Mercury retrograde starts the day after the full moon. This energy is wild. Addie, thank you for the compliment. Hold on a minute. You are so insightful. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. And again, thank you for sharing your story of empowerment. I feel like we all deeply benefited from it. Again, Danny, I'm happy to read for you. The list is closed today, but you can book a private reading with me. Also, if anyone wants to get on the list for tomorrow, I'm happy to add you on the list for tomorrow now. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Bean. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to start one card readings right now. All right, I've got the first one card I see here is for Ruby. Ruby. Okay. I mean, it seems to me like she's just sleeping the whole time. She'd be sleeping all the time, is what I see. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like, yeah, she's a Libra. I love Libras because, like, here's the thing: Libra kids are the best because they can just intuitively show up in the way that we need them to. I feel like you're gonna be like, you weren't even there. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna be like, you left, huh? Finally, hold on a minute. Finally, not crying over everything. I know, Carrie. Listen, I know Pisces right now. It's because here's the thing. All of the Pisces, all the planets were in Pisces, and now they're all moving into Aries, and so it's triggering all the Pisces abandonment wounds. 888. We're doing one card readings for subscribers now. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Thank you. I love her. I want to cry every time I see her. Thank you for that beautiful gift, Bridget. She's a queen. Alexandra, one card spirit led, please. Okay. Did you just see me shuffle this deck? Prioritize your rest right now. Your rest is not separate from the work you're doing. It is part and parcel of it. Prioritize it. Okay? It's giving me it's interesting. It's giving me like you deserve a little treat. Like I keep on hearing energy that's in alignment to you is not going to make you feel is not going to like make you feel put over the rack for resting. Right? Like I feel like this is something that you're trying to heal from, some kind of wound here. Thank you for that beautiful gift. Heather, wait until I get until the end of the month. Saturn, Neptune, Venus, Mercury, all on top of each other. It's gonna be great. It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. One card on love, please, for Bridget. Hold on a minute. Can I get one card on love for Bridget, please? Um, there's a lot of honestly, I feel like there's a lot of heart opening that's happening for you right now in love. But it's like I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't feel like it's opening some wounds in the process. You know, like I feel like there's a lot of this energy I see right now that's kind of like honoring your journey or honoring how far you've come. Bottom of the deck. This card does not want to stay in the deck today. Um, you know, if you're feeling really energetically exhausted right now, they're actually saying that it has something to do with your heart expansion. Like it's like there's a lot of that work that I'm seeing. Um, it's like it's helping you. I feel like again they're saying that the reason some wounds are opening from the past is they're saying it's helping you recognize with more clarity like what you could truly change versus what you would have had to accept. Like that's why sometimes these like heart openings feel like they feel eye opening, but they can sometimes feel like sometimes we move away from something and the further we get we're like it looks even worse from here. Like it's a lot of that type of energy. One card on belated dinner tonight with former best friend. Oh, wow. Have been reconnecting. Oh, I mean, it feels like it's gonna be great. Like not like time has never passed between you. This is beautiful energy. Yeah, I feel like there's somebody who's kind of cooled down a bit. I don't know where you left it, but I see someone. I keep on hearing say, "I was an idiot." Like you know what I mean? Like I see someone being like, be able to talk about how far they've come. Like I see something about like, talking like there's not. It's like it says mutual because it's like, you know, looking back on something and then like being like, I keep on hearing like water under the bridge. You know. Hi there. I got you, Ella. One card general, please, for Ella. Next steps. You got two cards coming out. Um, I just keep on seeing don't don't be too hard on yourself right now. I keep on seeing this. Remember, we're going through that Virgo full moon. It's like perfect stands in the way of done. Okay? Don't let perfect stand in the way of done right now. Better like just get something done. You can fix it later. Is what I keep seeing. Yeah, don't let perfect stand in the way of done, right? And again, if you're having a hard time with this right now, build a timeline for yourself, right? Thank you so much, Ellen. Thank you for having that reading with me. Jerry, good to see you, dear. I hope you're well. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Guys, make sure to give Jerry a follow. Very talented reader. Thank you for the compliment, Danny. I've got you, Matthew. One card as to whether on where we are as I have her on no contact. I mean, I feel like there's somebody who doesn't want to cross. Did you tell them not to cross a boundary? You know, I feel like there's like I see someone um that like I see someone that feels like I see someone that feels like they're honoring what you asked them to. So make sure that you're not accidentally creating like a come hither energy where you told them to go away, but then you're longing for them to come through. Make sure that like again, the gift that we give each other is the clarity on what we're seeking from one another. So make sure if there's something that you want to heal here, make sure that someone has a clear understanding as to what you would need in order to kind of fix something. Like if it's possible, understanding that and I keep on hearing mutual manifestation goals and making sure that our emotional needs. The one thing that's been coming through a lot right now is the understand that the healthy divine like energetic breath and partnership is the patience that's met with progress, right? It doesn't feel like we're always apologizing. It doesn't feel like we're always avoiding. It's just that moment of being able to recognize what another's asking for and being able to receive it and give it back in kind. You're so welcome, dear. Okay. One card for Carrie, please. I feel like there's a lot of nostalgia coming through right now, Carrie. But like, I need to point out, they're saying, remember that hindsight is 2020. Pain often fades. It's easy for things to look better than they were. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like here's the thing. Like here's the thing about it. Like this is why sometimes when we look back on the past, I need to point this out. Sometimes we look back on the past and we see places that we can improve, and that's usually a gift, right? Because it's in that moment that we see something that we couldn't see before, that we understand that we have the power to change it in the present. So don't get devastated in those moments. Just let it build your own resolve and commitment in putting that work and effort within yourself as you continue forward. Oh, she's never been away from me at night. It seems to me like those signs point to the fact that it'll be okay. Spirit led for being please. Um, you know, I feel like there's a lot of this work that you're doing right now in build like I'll tell you, this is how some of this full moon in Virgo energy can help us right now. Resolutions, building new practices, building new habits, setting new standards for ourselves. It's not all bad here, right? It's allowing it to kind of build our resolve on what we're committing our change to. So welcome that, right? Bottom of the deck. I got to stress this, our emotions are not each other's responsibility unless they are confusion. If we are experiencing confusion for another, it is always our responsibility to fix that, because the clarity that we can provide can save another of turmoil, right? So be very mindful whether, if you're asking, like if you're giving clarity, you deserve it back in equal measure. You're so welcome, Ruby. My son is a Libra and I'm an Aquarius. He said some really sweet words about me yesterday that I'm telling you, man, Libra, like it's like Libras, like the tongue is just coated with sugar. You know what I mean? One card for me. Oh, 888. Again, these are one card readings. If you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card. I didn't know I needed. I'm telling, because that's the thing. Libras, like when Libras are in balance, they always know just what another person needs, like without asking. It is like the most beautiful gift. One card on the Moldavite journey for Chrissy, please. It's an expansion energy. It's like it's a lot of that. Like I keep on seeing, it can be kind of wacky. Like, you know what I mean? If you're not someone who navigates overwhelm well, you like make sure that it's not something that creates a sense of overwhelm in you, because it can sometimes feel like a lot of things coming towards us at once, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, we have to be like, if we're worried about like navigating from the space of I keep on hearing like when we're having a lot of manifestations coming through at once, I always say like that's like the best worst problem, because it usually means that we're moving closer to our manifestation, but it also feels like it always feels like we're operating in that space of worrying about the wrong choices. Just be very strong within yourself. It takes a lot of strength of understanding of the self to work with a stone of that magnitude in a way that feels like it's positive and not like not intent not anxiety inducing. All right. All right, my friends. We have reached the conclusion of our readings for today. I want to thank you guys so much. Thank you, Clarion, for the follow, for being here and receiving these messages. I will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can simply head over to my profile, hit that bell. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event. If you'd like to send donation now, you'll get first crack at being having the first readings tomorrow. Bean is the first one on the list for today, so you'll be able to be the second person read for if you'd like to get on the list. Also, if you just became a subscriber today, be sure to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel, introduce yourself. You'll also find there a special coupon code in the perks section if you'd like to become a part of the Tarot Church class program. Lisa, It feels to me like an intimate conversation about what the work is, you know? It feels like someone like talking about what the plans are, or starting to feel a need or a desire of wanting to build deeper plans with you. Bottom of the deck. Also some old wounds. Like I just I'm seeing a lot of this like backwards and forward conversation, you know? I keep on hearing someone say, I feel very comfortable with you. I feel like this is where I'm supposed to be. I want to thank you guys so much for having this reading with me, these readings with me today. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you so much for all of your help today, Ruby and K Megan. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. Take care.